Hello, any grade 8s. I believe grade 8s next week. Some of you are writing paper 2. So I'm just here to sort of help us answer a question paper here. Post paper here. We've got grade 8 maths paper 2, November 2024 that I want us to do. So I just need to get an indication in the comment section that there are grade 8s. If there are, I will continue. If they are not, then I will stop this live and not continue it, and yeah, maybe just leave you guys to your devices. Grade 8 maths paper 2, please share the live, share it with those that need it. There's grade 8s that need to be in this live right now. If your grade 8 boy or girl is sleeping, wake that grade 8 or boy up, because I want to do this paper for the grade 8s. Any grade 8s that are here? If there are no grade 8s here that need help with maths paper 2, then I guess I'm going to end this live. If not, then yeah, call them. Call those grade 8s. They need to be here. I need to be doing this paper. Come on, grade 8s. Come on. Where are you? Where are the grade 8s? It's funny that when I want the grade 8s to be here, or when I call the grade 8s to be here, then the grade 8s don't come. And then they always cry that I don't ever do lives for grade 8s. Grade 8s, no grade 8s here. Oh, Tebelo, are you in grade 8? Here. Are you sure you're in grade 8, Tebelo? Because if you're not, then I'm going to end this live. Have you written paper 1, Tebelo? And when did you write? And how was your paper 1? How was paper 1 for you? Oh, you're in grade 8, okay. Alright, I'm gonna do this live for you, Tebelo. Alright, Tebelo. Hopefully you can be with me here until the very end. Alright. Your guys' paper should be 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? You are intending to write a 60-mark paper, right? This is a past paper, Tebelo. This is not the paper that you are going to be writing. I think most of you have had the fortune of going through my page and doing some of the papers that I've posted. Those are past papers. They are not papers that you guys are supposed to be writing. But if it so happens that in your region where you stay, they decide to do a maths paper, or they decide to basically do a paper that has been once written, and they decide to recycle it, that is not my problem. Okay, so some of you have had that fortune. Okay, so let's get this party started. All right, hopefully we can run this from 6 up until 7:30 or 6:45. Okay, so hopefully you guys can stay with me that long. Hopefully you don't get distracted in the process. Hopefully you have your notebook out. Hopefully you have your pen, your pencil, whatever you need. You know, I know some of you may be probably lying on your bed. Please double tap on the screen viciously so that we can get the likes up there. You know, hopefully we can attract people that can actually come and be here. So please double tap, guys, so that we can get the live up and rolling and up there. Okay, so Tebelo, I am only going to move to the next and to the next question when you tell me to. If you don't tell me to, then I won't move to the next question. Okay, so like I said, I believe most of you are writing grade 8 maths paper 2 only next week. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to do some multiple choice type questions. All right, and I'm going to be jumping between the grade 8 maths paper 2 November 24 that was written in the Nelson Mandela district, and the grade 8 maths paper 2 2023 November examination written in the King Cetshwayo district, province of KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm going to jump between these papers, all right, and I'm going to hopefully exhaust much of the content that you guys need to know for this paper. Okay, so let's turn over the page and go into the paper. All right, here we are. Yo, Debelo, yo. Choose the letter from the column B that best describes the term in column A. So let's look at 1.1. A rectangle. What is a rectangle? Could it be A, the distance measured around a 2D shape? B, a triangle of which all sides are equal? C, the angles formed when two straight lines cross each other? D, a closed 2D shape that has two equal adjacent short sides, two equal adjacent longer sides, and two opposite angles that are equal? E, a triangle with base angles equal? F, angles on either side of a set of parallel lines? Or G, a closed 2D shape that has the opposite sides equal and parallel, and the internal angles equal to 90 degrees? Which one out of these options is a rectangle? A, B, C, D, E, F, or G? Now Beauty, I see Beauty says D, a closed 2D shape. Look on the screen now. That has two equal adjacent short sides. Remember guys, adjacent means sides that are next to each other. A 2D shape, all right, two equal adjacent longer sides and two opposite angles that are equal, all right? This does not resemble a rectangle, not even. But look at G, all right, like Beggy T said, and who else? Beauty, all right? Beauty, and Beauty. Okay, we've got Beauty, and we've got Beauty. They both indicated that it's a closed, what? 2D shape that has what? That has the opposite sides, what? Equal and parallel, and the internal angles equal to 90. It's very important. So remember, that's a rectangle, guys. So G would be that one. Okay, good job guys, I'm so proud. Let's look at this one. A kite. Look at this one. What is a kite? Distance measured around a 2D shape. Yes guys, what we can do here is we can sort of like, to help us out with this, if you guys can quickly look at these and you can quickly identify what we mean here, maybe we can ask that and then we can match very easily. What is the distance measured around a 2D shape? What do we call that? Let's first get an understanding of what we mean here. What is the distance measured around a 2D shape? What is that, guys? The distance measured around a 2D shape. What do we call that? Do you know? Because it's knowledge we should have. Debelo, you are very silent. As the first one who was here, very, very silent. What is the distance measured around a 2D shape? Grade 8. Okay. Yeah, because I think what can be easy is to read the statement and see if you can't locate it here on the other side. Okay. What is the distance measured around a 2D shape? Okay. Hopefully we all know that that is what? Perimeter. Makes life very easy, guys. Perimeter is the distance measured around a 2D shape. Okay. Remember, the word peri means outside and meter implies distance. So perimeter is outside distance, the total outside distance. So that is why if you first read these, then you should be able to find the word that's appropriate. So that's what I would advise, so that you can quickly get through these questions. A triangle of which all sides are equal. Is there any word that defines a triangle of which all sides are equal? What do we call that? Is it a kite? No. Is it vertically opposite? No. Is it an equilateral triangle? A triangle of which all sides are equal. Is there any word here? Yes, beauty. Beauty is like on fire here. Yes, guys. A triangle of which all sides are equal is called a what? It's called an equilateral triangle. So definitely we are going to write B here. You see, this is how matching the column becomes easier. Because if you come here and you read each statement here, then you should be able to locate the word very easily and then write the appropriate letter. Okay, so obviously 1.1 will be G, 1.3 will be A, and 1.5 is B. We have that so far. Let's go back. Okay, I see Beauty is saying 1.2 is D. Let's see if Beauty is true. A closed 2D shape that has two equal adjacent short sides. Now I'm imagining this. These are what we call adjacent short sides. So that will be short. A closed 2D shape that has two equal adjacent short sides. So these would be short, adjacent. Remember, the word adjacent means next to each other. Two equal longer sides. Two equal adjacent longer sides. You see, that is what a guide sort of looks like. Two equal short adjacent sides and two equal long, and then also and two opposite angles that are equal. All right, those two angles are equal. We usually call them, equal angles. So yes, definitely you guys are 100% correct that D belongs to Mr. Kite. So we know that D belongs there. Okay, thank you so much. Very good. You guys are 100% correct. The Beauty, thank you so much. And then vertically opposite. That's the one that's missing now. What is vertically opposite? Is it C? Because we've chosen A and B. The angles formed when two straight lines cross each other. Is that it? Okay. Is it, okay, D we've already chosen. Is it E? A triangle with base angles equal. Is it F? Angles on either side of parallel lines. Okay, Beauty once again is like on fire there in the comment section. So vertically opposite angles, guys, it's when we have these two C, the angles formed when two straight lines cross each other. Two straight lines cross each other, that angle is equal to that angle, and that angle is equal to that one. So that angle is equal to that one's equal to that one. Hopefully that makes perfect sense to all of us. So then what do we choose for that option? It is C. Okay. Now I know for a fact that these first 5 marks for matching the column, I have got them. They are in the bag. Okay, no stress at all. I'm like so happy that I could get those marks, and it wasn't even that hard. Okay, let's turn over the page now. Grade 8s. Okay, let's look at this one. No, guys, this is a grade 8 paper 2, okay, written in 2024, okay, Nelson Mandela district. Okay, we are also going to look simultaneously at the grade 8 November KwaZulu-Natal King Cetshwayo 2023 paper. We're going to look at these, both of them, okay, so that we can get good sort of like base. Look at this one. If D is parallel to FG, then the value of X is, here are parallel lines. D is parallel to FG. We've got X there. We've got 120. So if DE is parallel to FG, then the value of X what is the value of X? Just by working it out from the diagram, what do we get, guys? What would be the value of X, and why would be the value of X be that? What would we say is the value of X? Gift 03 and now. Okay, so what do we get just from the diagram? We know that X is equal to 120. Why do we say it's 120, guys? It's because, look at this. This forms the F shape, okay, on one side of the transversal line, on top. Top means what? Corresponding angles. Remember, F shape means corresponding angles. And guys, if we were writing and we were answering the question, writing down, and they asked us what is the value of X, we would say X is equal to 120 degrees. We'd write corresponding angles and then which lines are parallel. we would say DE is parallel to FG. You must write the lines that are parallel as part of your reason. You can't just say x is equal to 120 and not write corresponding angles. DE is parallel to FG. So hopefully my grade 8s, you get the point. Please, all right? And this is also applicable to grade 9, but since we are doing a grade 8 paper, because the grade 8s are writing majority paper 2 next week, please, x is equal to 120 degrees, we write corresponding angles. DE is parallel to FG. You must include the parallel lines as part of your reason. Okay, grade 9s in my school wrote paper 2 last week, and what was very disappointing for me was to see them not include parallel lines, and I had to penalize them, because if you don't include parallel lines, remember these angles top on one side of the transversal line, this is a transversal line and these are parallel lines. On top is corresponding, all right? That's top. And even if we had an angle here bottom, that's also called corresponding. But remember, the angles are actually equal because of lines that are parallel. So you can't just write corresponding angles. You must include in your reason parallel lines. Thank you so much, Zama Ngane, for the hot me. I appreciate it. Okay. No, we can't say alternative. These are not alternative angles. These are corresponding angles. Please, guys, don't make that mistake. And then also, you must state the parallel line. But anyways, this is multiple choice. So is it A, 30, B, 160, C, 70 degrees, D, 120? Right? So I saw in the comment section that we said D, and that's the one that's correct, okay? Since we are answering multiple choice. But I want you to know that if you are not answering multiple choice, then obviously you would write corresponding angles with parallel lines. So and I do grade 11. Okay, I do. It's just that I'm not doing it now. Right. 2.2. The triangle DEF is not drawn to scale. Which statement is true for triangle DEF? Here's DEF. What type of triangle is this? Look at it. DE is 8 centimeters. EF is 15. DF is 13 centimeters. Is it a scaling triangle? Is it a right angle triangle? Is it an isosceles triangle? Is it an obtuse triangle? Okay. So majority of you are saying A. Nam is saying A. Tseho is saying A. Gift is saying A. User 9193 is saying right. Okay. In other words, user 91 is saying it's a right angle triangle. Okay. Now, if you are going to say it's a right angle triangle, it becomes important for you to check, is that the case? So if you took 13 centimeters as the longest side, okay, which is DF, and you squared it, you get 169. Okay. And then if you took the other two sides, you added the square of each together. Okay, this is just wanting to check if is it a right angle triangle. Then you get 64 plus what? Plus 25. What does that give you? 64 plus 25 gives us 89. Now you can see that the square of the longer side does not give you the sum of the square of the other two sides, because if this was a right angle triangle, guys, the square of this longer side should give us the sum of the square of the other two sides. So if this 169 was also 169 here, then we would say this is a right angle triangle. But we can't say that. Okay, so B is out. Okay, so it is definitely a what? A scalene. So as majority have said, it is A, and there's no other option there. Thank you so much, guys. Very good. 2.3. The complement of 23 degrees would be What is this word? Complement. The angle that adds to 23 degrees to get 90. The angle that adds to 23 degrees to get 90. So you are saying, remember, complementary angles are angles that add up to 90. So what you are looking for is the value of x. This here would be the complement. That angle that adds to 23 degrees to give it what? To give it 90. What is that angle? That's what you mean by complement. So if they ever ask you what is the complement of a certain angle, you must be able to identify the angle that adds to this one to give 90. I hope we all understand what we mean by complement. So when you add that particular angle, it must give you 90 degrees. Because remember, complement comes from the word complementary. And the word complementary means adding up to 90. Angles that add up to 90 degrees. It's like if they had asked what is the supplement of what? Of 23, then they would be asking what is the angle that adds to that angle to get 180. So the word complement is the angle that adds to the other one to give 90. The word supplement means the angle that adds to another to get 180. So A is at 23, B is at 67, C is at 77, or D is at 157. So what are we saying, guys? Because I see in the comment section there are people who are saying 77, some are saying B 67, right? So what are we saying? Beauty is saying 90 minus 23 gives us what? 67. So you guys are 100. Those who said B, you're 100% correct. It is 67, guys, that adds to 23. I mean, even if we were to actually 90 minus 23, we take the 23 over, it's 90 minus 23, we know x is 67 degrees. So let's always make it a point to use some variable to check what is that angle that adds to that particular angle that we're given, that will give us 90 degrees. Okay. Yes, beauty. Okay, definitely, there we have 90 minus 23 gives us 67. So you're 100% correct, by doing that. Okay, let's move on to the next one. If lines A, B, and C, D are parallel, the co-interior angles are 1. A supplementary, B complementary, C equal, D less than 90 degrees. If lines A, B, and C, D are parallel, the co-interior angles. What are co-interior angles? Okay, remember, guys, lines are parallel would be lines like this. You'd have a transversal line, and they're saying co-interior angles. Co-interior angles would be this angle and that one. Those angles together, what do we know about them if lines are parallel? Okay, we know they add up to 180, guys. Co-interior angles add up to 180 if they are lines that are parallel. So it must be what? A, is it supplementary? Yes, guys, it is supplementary, because supplementary actually means what? Supplementary means add up to 180. The word supplementary means add up to 180. It's not complementary. They don't add up to 90. They are not equal. These co-interior angles, guys, are not equal. Okay, the U for fun means angles add up to 180. The F for fun is corresponding, which means the angles that are situated in those positions. Top is equal. Top and top are equal, whilst bottom and bottom are equal. Those are corresponding. Okay, let's not confuse the two. Then N for fun, these angles, these angles, N angles. Thank you so much, Zam. I really appreciate the gifts. And these angles, they are equal. You see, this is alternate angles. So we have corresponding angles, we have co-interior angles, and we have alternate angles. Remember, co-interior, they add up to 180. Corresponding top is top and top are equal, bottom and bottom are equal, as long as they are lines that are parallel. Alternate, the angles situated in this position, they are also equal, and we must never forget to include the parallel lines when we write these reasons, guys. Very important. Don't ever forget to do what? Include the parallel lines as part of your reasoning. That's just something to remind us, okay? Please, guys, don't forget that. So F for fun, corresponding. Top is equal to top. Those are equal. As long as we write corresponding, lines are parallel. Bottom angle is equal to bottom angle. That's corresponding. Then U for fun, those are co-interior angles. The word co means together, interior, inside the parallel lines. Those angles add up to 180. They are not equal. Then we have what? Alternate angles. Those two angles, they are equal. We say they are alternate angles. They are equal, guys, and they are equal as long as we have lines that are parallel, okay? But are equal if transversal is perpendicular to parallel lines. No, Mandy. They're not equal if the transversal is perpendicular to parallel lines. Please. The transversal does not need to be. Look, when you are saying perpendicular, you mean the line, the transversal line, they intersect at 90. That's not true. Okay, the transversal line is simply a straight line that cuts the two parallel lines. That's all. That line does not have to be perpendicular. Please. That's a misconception. It's just a line that cuts through. Okay, and the angles top are equal on one side of the transversal line. It can't be top like that. It's top angle. We are corresponding, okay, and therefore the angles are equal because the lines are parallel. Then it's bottom, the angles are equal. That's corresponding, okay. Then you have, like I said, N shape or Z shape. This angle is equal to that one if the lines are what? Are parallel. Or we say that angle is equal to that one, okay. Alternate angles if the lines are parallel. Please, guys, the transversal does not have to be perpendicular, okay. So this one, supplementary co-interior angles are what? Are supplementary. Full stop. Okay, in this paper, okay, they also include area and perimeter. So the radius of a circle with a diameter of 12 centimeters is the radius, okay, of a circle with a diameter, okay, of 12. So this line here represents the what? The diameter, okay. And the radius, what is the radius, guys? The radius is basically half the diameter, okay. It is the point located, the center is the point located at the central point of the circle, all right, and the distance from the circumference to the center is what we call the radius, whereas the diameter is a line that passes through the center to the other end of the circumference. So all those people in the comment section who are saying D, you guys have swag, that's for sure. You are 100% correct. The answer there is D. Okay, guys, that multiple choice was sweet, right? Let's turn over our attention to the King's trial paper. All right, look. Let's look. You see, 1.1. Different year, different paper, different province, departmental paper. This paper that we just looked at, 2024, different province, Eastern Cape. All right, and look at this. Let's look at this multiple choice. If D is parallel to X, what is the value of X? Hi guys, surely look at that parallel line. Look at the transversal line. This line is not perpendicular to the parallel lines, so you guys should be able to see very quickly, right? What is the value of X? Okay, Beauty says D. What are the rest of you saying? Nam Kanjana says D. Ruben says 160 and question mark. Okay, Ruben cannot see the position of the two angles. Okay, majority of you are saying D. Someone is saying B. some of you are saying D. It seems like we have a sort of like a face-off between D and B. Now let's look at the actual options, guys. What is this? This is a parallel line. Those are parallel lines. What is this? This is a transversal line. Where is the angle situated? What position? On top of this parallel line. Then what about 20 degrees? On top. So this is a top situation. A top situation means what? Corresponding angles. And corresponding angles, as long as we have lines that are parallel, DF is parallel to FG, what do we know about them? X must then be equal to what, guys? 20 degrees. Okay, those who have been here in the live, surely they saw me answer this question, a similar question, where in the Nelson Mandela District. Guys, we were just here not so long ago. We were here just not so long ago. We were here. We answered in this paper. The parallel lines where D is parallel to FG, they put 120. It was a top situation again. And I just explained to you not so long ago that the F-shape relationship, top means equal if the lines are parallel. That's for corresponding angles. Bottom on the same side, it must be on the same side of the transversal line. That also means equal. Those are corresponding angles. Co-interior, guys, is the only one that's 180, but it must be inside the parallel line. The two angles inside on one side of the transversal line, those two angles add up to 180. Please, let's not confuse this. Then the alternate angles, this angle and that angle, we say they are equal because as long as the lines are parallel, those are alternate angles. Now, some of you are confusing this. Please, guys, let's steer away from confusion. Let's be clear, all right? Let's be clear about what we mean. So, Swag Tando, you are 100% correct. So, this X angle is what? It is 20 degrees. Okay, now I know some of you are like, no, it can't be. The thing is, all right, this is how we were given the question. They made the mistake, all right? Unfortunately, they made the mistake. Menti, I understand what you mean. They made the mistake. They gave us the question. What do we see here? We see 20. So what do? We write the 20 that they basically wrote down because they are the ones that made the mistake. We cannot be faulted for that, all right? Of course, there should be an angle that's greater than 120, that's greater than 90 in actual fact, but they are the ones that decided, okay? I think though, you can see in the Eastern Cape paper, they actually reproduced this. Look at this, 30, 160, 70, 120. Okay, so in the Eastern Cape paper, look at this, right? The KZN paper, they wrote 20. So let's stick to what they wrote. In the Eastern Cape paper, it was fixed. You can see it's the same question, okay? Just recycled. So some of you are writing your papers in respective provinces and you are saying that, okay, I saw in the comment section, for instance, in the papers that I had posted for paper 1, most of you are like, this is the paper that we wrote. It's because they are recycling papers. They recycle papers for different districts because they don't have the time to really set new papers. So that is basically what they are deciding. So I get you guys when you are saying this should have been an angle greater than what? Greater than what? Greater than 90. I get that because this is an obtuse angle. This is an obtuse angle. But because they gave us this, we are going to say X is equal to what? 20 degrees. It's their fault that they made the error. The examiners made the error, but we cannot be faulted for that, okay? But I'm glad that we have the sensitivity to see that this must definitely be an angle greater than what? 90 degrees. It can't be this 20. But because they've given us 20 there, we have to say that this is 20 because those are corresponding angles. I hope that's clear for all of us. Okay, let's move on. When two straight lines cross each other, these angles are formed. Which ones? Is it vertically opposite angles? A. Is it alternating angles? B. Is it Okay, look at this. This spelling is insane. There shouldn't be. This RE shouldn't be there. Co-interior angles. D. Is it complementary? Okay, I think we are agreeing. It should be A. Very good, guys. Very good. Very good. It's A, guys. Two straight lines cross each other. All right. Then we say key vertically opposite angles. We know vertically opposite angles are what? Are equal. Or we say this angle is equal to that one. All right. Interestingly enough, when lines cross each other like this, we say these angles are equal. And we say those angles are equal. Okay. Yes, and I'll do grade 9, paper 1 tomorrow. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, it will be paper 1, grade 9. Don't worry. We say these two angles are equal, and we say these two angles are equal. All right. And then we say these two angles, they add up. You see, on the straight line, we say these two angles, remember, they are different. They what? They add up to 180. If they share a common vertex, we say these two angles add up to 180. Even though these two equal vertically opposite angles, as long as we have straight lines, but we say these two angles, they add up to 180. Okay. So, Tando, are you writing GEC for paper 1, or are you writing paper 1 straight? Just let me know in the comment section as well. Okay. So for grade 8 for now, guys, I hope we understand it has to be A. It's not anything else. Everything else is incorrect. Okay. Let's look at number 1.3. A triangle with two base angles equal and two sides equal is called A, equilateral triangle, B, right angle triangle, C, isosceles triangle. Okay, so thank you. D, scalene triangle. All right, I see, guys, you're saying paper 1 straight. So I'll do paper 1 straight for those grade 9s who are writing paper 1 straight, obviously tomorrow. And then I'll also do GEC for those who are writing GEC. It's no problem. Okay, guys. It's definitely what? It's C, guys. It's C, right? Okay. Isosceles, a triangle with two base angles equal and two sides equal. Okay, so it more appropriately defines an isosceles, not a scalene, not a right angled, and not an equilateral. Because which one is the correct definition of a quadrilateral? So what is a quadrilateral? A is a closed two-dimensional figure. Okay. C is a closed two-dimensional figure. Okay, let's look at A and C. That has four sides. That has four sides. 4 right angles, 4 angles, 8 vertices. This one, guys, we know what vertices are. Okay, so this would be a typical quadrilateral, for instance. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, we call these vertices. Where two lines meet, we call these vertices. Vertices will form angles. Does that make sense? Yeah, so this is a vertex, but then vertex means one where lines meet, but then we call them vertices, many vertices. One vertex, many vertices. Does that make sense? And then your vertex will form an angle, which is measured in degrees. So look at this. It says this one 8 vertices. So A is out. A quadrilateral is a closed two-dimensional figure that has 4 sides, 4 angles, and 1 pair of opposite sides. Generally, is that a quadrilateral? Okay, so for now we are going to have to also say, well, this is one type of quadrilateral. Not all quadrilaterals have this property. So C is also sort of like not going to be considered. Let's look at these two. A quadrilateral is a parallelogram without parallel lines and a diagonal. B is also not given. Okay, so do you see, guys, how we actually look at a statement? Okay, remember, which one is the correct we want the definition of a quadrilateral. We have many quadrilaterals, guys, but we want a definition that will satisfy all the quadrilaterals we have. So A, B, and C, don't cut it. Let's look at D. Okay, a quadrilateral is a polygon. Yes, polygon. Okay, many sides. Okay, having 4 sides. So basically, specifically, how many sides? 4 of them. 4 angles. Yes, definitely has to have 4 angles. Okay, 4 of them. And 4 vertices. 1 vertex, 2 vertex, 3 vertex, and 4 vertex, which means 4 vertices. So D is what appropriately defines what a quadrilateral. We want to know what a quadrilateral is. Quad means 4. The word quad means 4. You know, like a quad bike, it has 4 wheels, you see. Lateral means lines or sides. Does that make sense? So let's reread this. So guys, language, language. I personally want to say that maths students, even though maths is majority about numbers, remember maths is also about making sure that you read and comprehend. You must have comprehension skills for maths as well, so that when you answer certain questions, you can actually understand what it is that is being there. You need to read and picture, because you see, when I was reading all of these, I could see it's very easy for a learner to just read through this and just circle and not really read everything else. So we must read and have a mind of eliminating and not, you see, for instance, remember when I read here, I said quadrilateral is a closed 2-dimensional figure. So yes, it is closed. It is 2-dimensional. That's true. What do you mean by 2-dimensional? It means it has a vertical, dimension and a horizontal dimension. That's what we mean by 2-dimensional. So yes, it's true. It is a 2-dimensional figure. It has 4 sides. That's true. 4 right angles. Not true for all quadrilaterals. Remember, your square, yes. Your rectangle, yes. Your parallelogram, no. So this is not a definition for quadrilaterals for all of them. 8 vertices, I get that's where we cry. No. So that one is out. Quadrilateral is a parallelogram. Okay, so as I'm doing this, I'm trying to also make you guys have the skill to be able to choose an option by eliminating what is not. All right, and choosing the best possible answer from your options. Quadrilateral is a parallelogram. Okay, the thing is, most quadrilaterals are parallelograms. Okay, because they have that property of opposite sides. Both opposite sides are equal. That's true for a square, that's true for a rectangle, that's true for a parallelogram, that's true for a rhombus, but for a what is it called? For a guide, it's not true, you see. Then without parallel lines, problem, you see, and a diagonal, right? So that's why I'm saying by elimination, you can get to a place where you can read this. Okay, introvert some, I cannot pass, please, you see, because like I said, in as much as this would be easy for most, I need to instill in you. You guys need to develop the skill. Okay, you might get a question paper that is not even similar to any other question paper that you have written or you have practiced. So you must have the skill, right? You must have the skill. Otherwise, you will cry alone. Let's look at this one. In the figure below, b squared is equal to. Now, here is b. They are saying b squared is equal to, is it a plus c? Okay, b square root of b plus c, c a squared plus c squared, d square root of c plus b. What type of triangle is this? It's a right angle triangle. When they say b squared, you immediately think of what? When it comes to a right angle triangle, you think of Pythagoras. So Pythagoras can be applied to a right angle triangle. And what is b? Opposite 90 degrees of your right angle triangle. The side opposite 90 degrees is called a what? Let me see in the comment section if you guys know what side b is called. The side opposite that right angle is called a what, guys? What do we call that side? The side b or AC, what do we call that? Okay, so I see beauty and beauty are saying C. Yes, K, it's a hypotenuse. Thank you so much. So we call that a hypotenuse. And in Pythagoras, what does the Pythagoras theorem say? It says the square of of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum. Now the sum means plus of the square. The square of what? The square of the other two sides. Okay, so the other two sides means c squared and a squared. When you add those together, the square of them, that is what we call Pythagoras. So those who are asking, is this the same paper that I'll be writing? I don't know. Right, this is a past paper. I'm going through a past paper, so maybe something similar. All right, yeah, so something similar. But guys, it's more important that you understand the maths. That's why I'm explaining here, right? And some of you just want answers. Some of you are not interested in understanding, so that when you write papers, you can actually apply your understanding to the papers. That's unfortunate, all right? And that's most learners nowadays. All they care about is just the answers and the memo, and they don't want to really understand so that they can apply the maths. Guys, I want you to know that as you move up in the grades, you are going to find that they are moving now more towards a direction of actually having questions where learners can apply mathematics, you know. So reading and comprehension is going to be important for you guys in the future. 1, 2, being able to apply the mathematics is going to be important. So your understanding must be top notch, not just memo regurgitation. It's not going to be helpful in the future. And that's why, for instance, our grade 12s were crying a lot about their paper 1 maths paper, you know, the national paper, because it required application more than just them you know, writing a paper that was similar to papers that they've written in the past. So please learn maths to understand and comprehend. Okay. Introvert Samke, you are becoming a bit triangle DF is not drawn to scale, so we would then obviously say the answer is what? It's C. So guys, let's always remember that for Pythagoras, when you have a right angle triangle 90 degrees, we say that the square of the longest side, or the hypotenuse, b squared, is equal to what? The sum of the what? Of the square of the other two sides. So we have a squared, which is another side, so we say a squared, plus c squared, which is the other side. Why do we say that? Because the reason is Pythagoras. So that's why we are going to say the option is C. Okay. Grade 8, I hope that's cool. Okay. Triangle DEF is not drawn to scale. Which statement is true for triangle DEF? Which triangle DEF is not drawn to scale? Which statement is true for triangle DEF? A, it is an acute angle triangle. Okay. B, it is a right angle triangle. C, it is an isosceles triangle. D, it is an obtuse angle triangle. So I love what I'm seeing in the comment section. I actually love even this comment by Beauty. Beauty, you are like a rock star. So Beauty is saying, for question 1.6, we are given the triangle DEF. Very good, Beauty. I love what you are doing there. And you are saying DE, here is DE, is equal to DF. That's the question. Is DE really equal to DF? All right. Is it? DE is equal to DF. Is it? No. 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 DE is not equal to DF. Okay, so we have 3 sides that are basically unequal. That's 1. So this here is not, it can't be, it shouldn't be, it can never be an isosceles triangle. Okay, even though we might think it is. DE and DF are equal. Triangle DF is an isosceles. No, Beauty, it's not. Okay, DE is 8, EF is 15, DF is 13. All right, so it can't be an isosceles. All right, can't be. A, it is an acute angle triangle. Is it? Is it? B, it is a right angle triangle. All right, remember guys, as I said earlier on, to check if it's a right angle triangle, okay, Yes, thank you, Tia. Okay, I see what you're saying. But remember, guys, to say 8 plus 5 is 13, and it is not, it's not that. It's not an isosceles triangle. The question is it a right angle triangle? Let's check, is it a right angle triangle? Remember, for it to be a right angle triangle, we know that the square of the longest side, okay, which in this case is 169, must be equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides if it's a right angle triangle. So let's check alone. 8 squared plus 5 squared, what do we get? That is 64 plus 25. What does that give us? 89. So what we find here is not equal to what we find there. In actual fact, 169 is actually less than 89. It's not less than 89. It's greater than 89. Okay? So when the square of the longer side is greater than 89, it's very obvious, guys, that is not a right angle triangle. If it was equal, we would say it's a right angle triangle. So then the question is, between A and D, which one is it? Is it an acute angled triangle, or is it a obtuse angle triangle? Okay, is it an acute angle triangle? Based on this conclusion, the square of the longer side is what? Is greater than the sum of the square of the other two sides. So is it acute or is it obtuse? Right? So hopefully we can all see, guys, that it is what? It is acute. And this is on this basis. If you can find that, no, it's not obtuse, Yolanda. It is not obtuse. So hopefully lesson we have learned there. Hopefully the lesson has been learned. We learned a valuable lesson. Okay, let's move on to the next question. The perimeter of the rectangle below is equal to A 12,2 centimeters squared perimeter. Remember, perimeter is the distance around, the total distance around the shape, radius. Okay, is it 12,2 centimeters squared? Are square units applicable to perimeter, or is it area? Okay, D 24,6 centimeters squared. No, guys, this here has to do with area. These, both of them, if we have centimeter squared, we know it has to do with area, so we know that these two are out. Okay, so then we look at 6,2, 7 centimeters. This will also be 6,2, and this would be 7 centimeters. So what we do when we are calculating perimeter, we add the distance around the shape. So we're going to say 6,2 plus 7 plus 6,2 back to 7. What do we get in total? Do we get 87,44 centimeters, or do we get 26,4 centimeters? Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to tell me. Nozipo in the comment section has been so kind to add and do the maths for us there. Okay, Charlene is saying the answer is 26,4, right? So hopefully we understand now that when we're talking about perimeter, okay, we understand what we are talking about. It's the total distance around. Okay, total distance around. Okay, next question. Yes, so the answer here is C. Okay, Yeah, all we do if we're calculating perimeter is we add 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. We order all 4 sides, we get C. That is the answer. Moving right along, the perimeter of the shape below is. Okay, remember guys, we said perimeter. Okay, so in order to calculate perimeter, we need to have all our sides. So here we've got 10, in case you can't see. This is 9. This is 6 from here to there. We don't have the distance from here to there. Can we find the distance from here to there? We don't have the distance from here to there, so can we find that distance? That there at the top is 20. So we need, this is like an athlete running. Our perimeter is like an athlete running around the field. From here to there, that's 9. Plus 6, that's 15. We need the distance from here to there, because perimeter, guys, what is it? It is the total distance around a shape. Total distance around a 2-dimensional shape. So what we need here is we need to measure the total distance around this shape. Okay, so we have 9 centimeters. So let's say the athlete was starting to run from here. From here to there, 9. From here to there, 6. So 9 plus 6 so far is 15. We are missing this side. No, I won't. I definitely won't. Definitely won't start over. All right. You can catch the recording. I have a YouTube link. You can actually check the recording when I'm done with this live session. Definitely can't start over. I have other things I need to do. Okay. So from here to there is 9 centimeters. From there to there is 6. I'm missing this side. Guys, how do I find this side? Okay, remember the total from here to there is 20. Very good, Titi Mahlangu. From here to there is 20. From here to there is 9. So from there to here, which is the end of that, would be 20 minus 9. Then I know that is 11 centimeters. Okay, very good. Thank you so much to those that actually can see. So we have 9 plus 6 plus 11. We are also missing this side. Okay, we are also missing this side. Let me just simply Gigi 24. Please don't come here and just type things, yeah, please be kind in the comment section, or else I will have to say goodbye to you and I will have to mute, do all sorts of things. Okay, please don't do funky stuff here. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Look at this. I love it. So we have 10. That's a total of 10. Okay, sorry, this is 6 centimeters for those who can't see properly. So we have 10 here. We need this side. Okay, so we have 6 from here to there. So that means from here to there, which is the same as there to there, that will be 10 minus 6, which is 4. Okay. Now we have all of our sides. So to calculate perimeter, it is important to have the distance, all distances around this particular shape, and then we can add those together. Does that make sense? Please, guys, first, before you calculate the perimeter, make sure you have all the distances. So, like I said, it's like an athlete who is running around this. Right, back to the starting point. Where do they start? From here to there, that's 9. 9 plus 6, that's 15. 15 plus 11, that's 26. 26 plus 4, that's 30. 30 plus 20, that's 50. 50 plus 10, that's 60. So of course, guys, the answer there is what? Is 60 centimeters. That is A. Thank you so much, Beauty. So that is the answer, 60 centimeters. But we wouldn't get that answer if we did not take the time to make sure that we have all the distances around. Please, guys, make sure you have all the distances around that 2-dimensional shape so that you can be able to write down the correct answer. Let's move on to 1.9. The circumference. What in the world do we mean by circumference? Guys, because it's a circle Circumference of a circle still means the distance around that particular circle. Okay, so but we call that distance around a circle, we call it the circumference. And the formula that is given to calculate the circumference of a circle is 2 pi r. 2 times pi times r. R means the radius. Okay, and pi basically is utilized whenever we are calculating anything related to a circle, whether that be area. If it was the area of the circle, we would say pi r squared. But since we are asked to calculate the circumference of a circle, we say 2 pi r if we have the radius, but then it can also be pi times d if we have the diameter. So if you have the radius given to you, you would use 2 pi r, which is no different from if you have the diameter, you would use pi. Remember guys that 2r, in other words 2 times the radius, is what we call the diameter. I repeat, 2 times the radius is what we refer to as the diameter. So we would use this formula, this one, because we have the diameter given to us. So we'd simply say C is equal to pi times d, and then in there we'd write pi times 14, and then we utilize the what? The beautiful calculator, and we check what the answer is. Now the question is, which one does it fall under? Is it A, B, C, or D? And remember, pi times that d. In the calculator, you should have the symbol pi times the 14, which should then give you the answer that would be appropriate as according to what we see here. So I don't know what you guys get from your calculator. I don't have a calculator here with me, so I'm trusting you guys to be able to actually tell me what you get from your calculators. So what is the circumference of the circle? Any of us getting any of the answers? Very quiet in the comment section. Very quiet. Like the silence in the room. Yolanda, Charlene are getting A, both of you. So you guys are saying that in your calculators you are getting 43, okay? Okay, very good. So that means A, that's 43,9823. So the answer closely resembles that. And yes, remember, perimeter and circumference are simply the distance, guys. Okay, so good. Thank you so much. 1.10. The area of a circle with radius 4,5 centimeters is. So you see now, we come here and we use this formula. Very important that we know that the area of a circle can simply be calculated by the formula pi r squared. And the units for area is measured in what? In square units. So I know for a fact that A is not even going to be something I'm going to be looking at, because look at the units. They are not square units, okay? Grade 8. This is not square units. So I'm going to simply look at B, C, and D. All right. So when I punch in, area is equal to pi r 4,5 squared. Put 4,5, the entire thing, in square. So 4,5 squared, right, times pi. Is it B, C, or D? Okay, so waiting patiently. Beauty said D. So Beauty is getting D. Beauty is saying 1.10 is A. Okay, remember what I said, Beauty, that it can't be A, because A can't be the answer because it's centimeters, right? We want the answer in what? In centimeter squared. Okay, centimeter squared. So the area of a circle with a radius A is equal to pi r squared. So that means the radius, which is 4,5, we are going to put in brackets and we are going to square it, and then we are going to multiply it with pi. So it's like pi times 4,5 squared. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so the answer, most of you are saying it is C. Okay, very good. Easy does it. Okay, you learned something, right? Okay, now guys, I want to quickly show you something. You see, this is the KZN paper. Okay? This is the KZN paper. All right? Do you see this? For grade 8s, right? This is the Eastern Cape paper. Section B. Look at section B, how it starts. All right? So I'm going to look at this and that. Let's see. So for 3 marks, determine the value of X. Give reasons for all your statements. So guys, let's analyze what we have here. We have AOB, which is a line. We have 2X, which is an angle. Okay, which is angle AOP. It's in terms of X. So we have this angle 2X, this angle 3X, and then we have that box. Do we know what that box means, guys? Okay, that box means what? 90 degrees. So this is 2X, 3X, and 90. And these angles share a common, what we call vertex, which is O. And when you actually take 2X, 3X, and 90, they are all angles that are next to each other. They are adjacent angles. They share a common vertex. Okay, you can rewatch it, beauty, on my YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel. I'm going to upload this. Okay, I'm going to upload this on my YouTube channel. It's going to take a while before it is fully there. And guys, I'm sorry, the video quality, because it's on TikTok, I upload it raw as it is, no edits, no nothing. So I'll upload it there. You can rewatch it there, and yeah, whenever you have time. All right, so I'm just gonna, when I label it, the heading is going to be grade 8 maths paper 2, November 2023 and 2024, EC and KZN. All right, and then you can rewatch it on your own time. Are you writing next week, Monday, beauty paper 2, grade 8 as well, or what? Okay, so guys, 2X, 3X, and 90. It's called Maths is a Game, guys. Same, you see the same emblem. You see profile picture with the white background with MG Maths is a Game. It's the same. Okay, the link is in my bio. You can find it there. I think there's a WhatsApp channel and a YouTube channel, but you just copy the YouTube link and you paste it on your Google search engine and you press search, and then it should lead you there. Okay. Okay, sorry guys. So like I was saying, 2X plus 3X plus the 90 degrees. Okay, 2 ways you could do this. You could add these 3 angles. Why? Because they share a common vertex O, and as angles next to each other, they are lying on a straight line. So if you are thinking of from here to there, that is 2X. Okay, and then from here to there, that is 3X, and then from here to there, that is 90, and they all share a common vertex, and as angles next to each other, we say the reason is angles on a STR line, angles on a straight line. That is our reason. That makes our statement valid because it has a reason, and that's how, guys, we make sure we get the marks. Okay, we don't write a reason that is incorrect. We write the correct reason. Then we can add 2X plus 3X, that's 5X. We take the 180 and we apply our solving the equation skills. We take the 90 over, it transposes. What happens to the 90 degrees? It becomes minus 90. Then we get 5X is equal to 180 minus 90 is 90 degrees. Then what do we do after that? We divide both sides by 5, because 5x has a coefficient of 5. If the coefficient was -5, I would divide by -5. Since it's +5, I divide by +5. 5 has a relationship with x of multiplication, so I use the inverse to get rid of the 5. What I do on the left, I do on the right, so my x value is equal to 18 degrees, not a problem. Okay, if the question had asked what is the size, maybe let's say they had said what is the size after calculating the value of x, let's say they had said to me what is the size of angle POQ. Had they asked that, guys, had they asked a follow-up question and said what is the size of angle POQ, then I must move with the letters. POQ means the 3x part. Then I would have said 3, and then in the place of x, I would have substituted this 18 so that I can get the actual angle of POQ, the actual size of the angle. 3 times 18, then I would basically write down that beautiful answer that you all love and what? And know, which is what? Which is 54. Okay, so it's very important that you know that firstly, angle POQ at the moment is in terms of x. It is 3x. Angle AOP is 2x. So, but if they had asked what is the size, determine the value of x, and then say, hence find the size of AOQ, then I would have substituted the found angle of, the value of x, substituted it in the place of x, and then solved and gotten the actual angle, what it is. So in this case, obviously, that would be 54 degrees if they had asked for the size of the angle POQ. I'm just answering that so that you guys know that. Okay, someone else maybe would have answered the same question and said 2x plus 3x is equal to 90 degrees. Someone else could have done that, okay, by first acknowledging that angle AOQ is actually 90 as well, because this line OQ is perpendicular to AB, as you can see it. If that is 90, that means this whole entire thing here is 90. So someone else could have said 2x plus 3x is equal to 90 degrees and written complementary angles. That's also fine. Then they would have said 5x is equal to 90 and then divided both sides by 5 and gotten the answer x is equal to 18 degrees. This is another way of answering the same question, just in a different way. All right. If someone else could have said 2x plus 3x is equal to 90, reason complementary angles, that's perfect. Divide both sides by 5, get x is equal to 18. So these are two different ways of getting to the very same what? Answer. Okay. I hope we are clear. Can I move on to the next question? Do you see how easy that one is? Can I move on? Move on? Can I? Yes, that girl Laura is saying yes. Okay, look at this one. KZN. Eastern Cape. Determine with reasons the value of angle X and what and y in each of the following diagrams. Okay, so they want the value. Okay, so in this diagram, we don't see y, we see who? X. And X is here. All right, so we want to solve this one. How would we solve this particular question? First and foremost, we can see that B is a common vertex. Okay, we have X. Next door, we have 16. Next door, we have 36. All three of these angles, they add up to what? What is this, guys? What does this box here means what? It means 90. Okay, very good. And therefore, that means these three angles are not angles on a straight line, but they are angles that are complementary, because they are all basically the individual angles that basically give us this 90 degrees. So we say they are complementary angles. So when we answer this question, we would say what, guys? Simply put, we would say x plus 16 degrees plus 36 degrees is equal to what? 90 degrees. Then we would say complementary angles. The person who's saying show the cycle, guys, the cycle was done long time ago. All right, you guys are pulling us back. If you've missed things, I'll be uploading this video on my YouTube channel. Link is in my bio. Yeah, so x plus 9, 16 plus 36 is equal to 90 degrees. Complementary angles, guys. We write complementary angles because these are angles that add up to 90. When the square like this, you can see, is encompassing all the three angles, then you know this is 90. Then let's solve for x. You guys should know how to solve for x by now. 1, 2, 3 times separated by a plus sign. You take the 16 over, minus 16 degrees. You take the 36 over, minus 36. Thank you so much. Renwell 12, very good. You're 100% correct, Renwell. Then you solve. Okay, what is the answer? 90 minus 16 minus 36. So that's like saying 90 minus 52 in a way. So what's 90 minus 52? That gives us 30. Okay, I'm gonna wait for you guys. If you don't know how to do this, you're fried, guys. Come on, we're already writing. Thank you, John D. That's very true. But it's fine. Maybe some may have forgotten. That's why I am here for you guys, so that we can remind each other, so that we can get the distinctions. The distinctions are crying for you. The distinctions want to be one with you. Okay, there it is, guys. X, we got the x value. Let's come down here. Given that DEF is a straight line. So if it's straight I, then then they are telling us, okay, determine the value of x. Give reasons for all your statements. So here, DEF, we are told, is a what? Is a straight line. Let's see. We have what? A 90. Next door we have an x. Next door we have a 42. What do they complete? They complete a straight line. They are next to each other. They share a what? A common vertex. Do you see this, guys? 90 plus x plus 42. They are adjacent. They share a common vertex. So they complete a straight line. So what can we say here? We can say 90 degrees plus x plus 42 degrees. Please, guys, remember the box here means 90 plus x plus 42. This is like a protractor, guys, from 0 to 180. You see, you must include the 90 plus x plus 42 degrees, and then you say equal, very good, blessing, to 180 degrees. Your reason, very important. Angles on a STR line. No reason, you lose marks. You must make sure the reason is there. Isolate the x, make the x lonely. Like you are lonely in your bedroom and you are studying, no one is there with you. 180 minus 42 minus 90. The 42 is positive, crosses over, becomes negative. The 90 is positive, crosses over, becomes negative. Okay, makes sense? Then you find the value of x from here, good people. 180 minus 42 minus 90 gives you what? Like, guys, come on. It gives us x is not equal to 42. That's nonsense. Someone is saying 42 is the answer. Coco Bana, it can't be 66. Renwell, it can't be negative 48. Guys, what are you saying in the comment section? Patricia, thank you. Beauty, thank you. 48. Pumezabelele, thank you. Shami, thank you. Guys, you see now you are writing wrong answers here. You are making me cry now. You guys are going to make me cry, really. You are going to make me cry. because you're writing wrong answers. Siyabonga, why would you say the answer is 50? John D, why would you say it's 67? Coco, hi guys. John D, hi. I thought you guys would die. You see, now if you are going to mess it up at the end, you get the statement 1 mark, you get the reason 1 mark, then you get the answer wrong, you lose the mark at the end. Why? Because you're careless. You're going to make me cry. You guys you want to make me cry. Okay, we still November 24. See, this is the Eastern Cape paper. Look at this. There's the lines, they are parallel. What is the relationship? I explained this earlier on. Let's see if people can remember. What is the relationship? What is the very good, John D. Co-interior angles. Our U shape. U shape. This is the U for fun. Co-interior. Alright? And since we have parallel lines, what does that mean? It means that these angles add up to 180. So angle ABC, this angle, and angle DCB are in terms of y. And we need to solve for what? For y. So how do we go about it? We take y plus 20 degrees, monomial, plus y plus 8 degrees, another monomial, and say they are equal to what? 180 degrees. The reason, guys, becomes very important how you write it. You must then say co-int angles. Then you must state your lines that are parallel. Please, guys, do not omit to not state your lines that are parallel. Grade 8s, get into the habit now. Next year in grade 9, you must be affluent. You must then say AB is parallel to DC. AB is parallel to DC. Please. Then your reason is complete. Your statement is complete. I can award you your marks. 2 of them so far. Alright. Then we solve. In fact, sometimes they say statement and reason, 1 mark. Statement and reason together, 1 mark. If you write the statement but the reason is incorrect, then you lose that first mark. So please make sure. Now we can remove the brackets. There's a 1 outside this bracket. We can say y plus 20 without the bracket. There's a 1 outside this bracket. If we take the 1, we distribute it. 1 times y is y. 1 times 8 is 8 degrees. We remove the brackets. Equal to 180. Now we can transpose y and y on the left. Take the 8 and the 20. 180 degrees minus 8 minus 20. Okay. Okay. Then what's y plus y? Very good, John T. Got 2y there. 180 minus 8 minus 20. Andla, you must know your fun. That's why you know it's 180. There are 3 relationships that exist between parallel lines. And 3. The first one is your F relationship. Your second one is your U relationship. The third one is your N relationship. Your F relationship, Andla, is what we call top. On the same side of this line, we call the transversal line. Top, we are equal. Bottom, we are equal if the lines are parallel. We call these, so top is equal, bottom, we are equal. Okay, that's the F relationship. We call these corresponding angles. Just repeating this for those that may have missed what I explained earlier. There's the U relationship. We call it co-interior relationship. As long as the lines are parallel, this is what we call co-interior. The U-shape relationship. I usually call them the armpits. You know where your your armpits are, these are your arms, 2 arms, like on your body, and then these are your armpits where it stinks. In order for the situation of stinking to change to a situation of stinking beautifully, then you must put roll on. You must add roll on to the armpits so that it can stink better. So we add the 2 angles together to get 180. That's kind of how I remember. We add, these are the U-shape angles. We add these 2 angles to get 180. We call these co-interior angles, and they add up to 180 if the lines are parallel. That's why, for instance, when I write my reason, I write what? Parallel lines. Does that make sense? So your armpit angles, where it stinks, you must add roll on. You add the 2 angles, you get 180. That's why, co-interior angles add up to 180. Then you have alternate angles. Okay, the Z shape. Okay, we say these angles are equal. They are in that position as long as the lines are parallel. So for instance here, how did I know that this angle and this angle add up to 180? Don't you see that the lines are parallel? This is the U shape. You see? So since this is the U shape, we say these 2 angles in the armpits, it stinks. We add roll on, we must add the 2 angles to get 180. So that's why I said y plus 20 plus y plus 8 is equal to 180. And then I wrote my reason, co-interior angles. Then I state the lines that are parallel. AB is parallel to DC, so that my reason is complete. The angles add up to 180 based on parallel lines. Elroy, Babeti, you must understand that there are other people that are not like you, that were not privileged to hear what I'm saying. So please, you need to be patient. All right, please, you guys need to be considerate. It's very important. Okay, please, if you can't do that, then I am sorry. Then it means you are selfish. You're thinking about yourself only. All right, blessing, you are selfish, my brother. Okay, stop being selfish. Okay, stop being selfish. Some of you selfish, you just want what you want. You don't not consider it. Have you thought of the fact that there are 285 other people except except you? There are 285 other people, and when they join in, and if there's things that I can explain to them, you must understand that it's very important. Don't think of yourself only. 2y is equal to 152. What do we do now? We divide both sides by 2. Okay, and I see you already have the answers, my beautiful people, and I love it. You guys are good, So y is equal to what? As you have said, it is equal to 76 degrees. I know you had gotten the answer a long time ago, and I'm proud of you. Okay, so please, guys, let's not lose marks. Statement and reason, 1 mark. And already simplify, answer. There we have it. Full marks. Okay, full marks. Full marks. Well, girl in town, I'm glad this is helping you. If this is helping you a lot, I'm glad. I'm happy for that situation for you. Guys, look at the next question. Now remember, I've been jumping between papers, the Nelson Mandela Bay paper and also the KZN paper. Look at this one. Study the diagram below and answer the questions that follow. Guys, this was 3.1.5 of last year's paper written in the Eastern Cape. This is what they were given in the Nelson Mandela Bay district. Look. 2023 in KZN. Same question, 2.2. Okay. KZN. Didn't we just do this question? Didn't we just do this question? Different province. Same question. Okay. Hey. Hi guys. Okay, let's move. Okay. Right, let's see what they asked for this question during this time. Determine with reasons the size of angle PTS. PTS. No, Jonty, I don't have a Gauteng paper on me, unfortunately. Okay, but what I can tell you is between these provinces, they share questions, so as I said to you. But what's important for you here is to understand the maths, because you can answer any question. If you understand the maths, you can answer any question. You don't have to have a recycled paper, grade 8s. Does that make sense? So PTS. So they want you to find out what is the size of the entire angle. Okay, they want the size of the entire angle. For how many marks, guys? 6 marks. You see? So I'm hoping you guys are thinking. Currently, we have this 58 degrees, right? And this 58 degrees, we can find firstly angle S4, because we have angle S3. We can find angle S4, right? We could find angle S4, or we could find angle S1. So depending on which direction you take, because what I love about geometry is that you can take many directions. You can find angle S1, for instance. After finding angle S1 together with angle PTS, this angle they want you to find. If you have this one, all right, and this one, then there's a relationship between S1 and angle PTS. Remember, you will get angle S1. So let's do it. Angle S1 will be equal to angle S3, which is equal to 58 degrees. Do we all understand that? What's the reason? Vert op angles. Okay. Vertically opposite angles. Me, after I get something, I update my diagram with the new information. I love doing that, guys. The minute I get something, I update it with the new information. All right. So far, I hope we are together. So what I've said here is angle S3 is equal to angle S1. Why? Vertically opposite angles. They are equal. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Then after doing that, I can see that angle S1 and angle PTS. This is another way of referring to the angle. Guys, remember, if they say angle PTS, this is PTS, this angle, this entire angle here. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Okay? Okay, in the comment section, John D is asking why not use use alternate to get T3 as 58 as well. Well, you can definitely do that as well. All right, you can get T3 if you want. All right, you can get T3. All right, it's just that I'm thinking of the steps, all right, that I want to take to get to the answer. So I am already seeing that S1 and angle PTS have a relationship. So this angle and the angle I just got are between what? Two parallel lines. And we say that this is a U shape. Isn't this the U shape? Okay, I hope you guys can see the U shape I'm talking about. Okay, but John T, what you've said as well is fine. I mean, you could say, get that angle, get that angle, get that angle, and then use angles on a straight line to get to the value of x. And then after that, substitute, and get the addition of these two angles so that you can know what the size of angle PTS is. That's also fine. You could go that direction. Okay, but for me, it's just that I want to be able to get quick done with this question and move on. So like I said, these two angles are equal, vert op angles equal. Then I update my diagram. Please guys, update your diagram when you get something that is correct. Okay, John T is also right by saying this, if you get that angle and then you get this one as well, you could get this angle and say angle T3 is equal to 58 degrees. Reason? Alt angles. And then you state your lines that are parallel. MN is parallel to PQ. Then you can use angles on a straight line. Add this angle, that angle, and 58. Get X. After getting X, you say PTS. You add these two. You substitute the value of X, and you will get the actual value of the angle PTS. But I'm not going to go that direction, but that's a direction you could go. Definitely correct. Okay, definitely correct. So after getting S1, let's go back to me. Angle S1 is equal to 53 degrees. vertically opposite angles. Then I take this angle and these two. Those are the U shape, my armpit angles. Okay, this entire angle, in other words, 2x plus 90 degrees. This, you see, this is 2x, this is 90. Remember, the box means 90. Okay, this box is what? It's 90 degrees. So 2x plus 90 plus the 58 degrees. This one. Remember my armpit angles. This is my first armpits, very stinky. This is my second armpit, very stinky. It's in the morning. I just woke up, like most of you. Very stinky armpits. You can check this if you want. Just smell your armpits right now. Very stinky, man. Very stinky. You need to actually go take a bath or something, or a shower. So what must we do? Must add some roll on. We add these two angles together. They are equal to 180. What is the reason? My U shape, guys, is co-interior angles. Then I state the lines that are parallel. MN is parallel to what? PQ. MN parallel to PQ. Please, guys, this is very important. I hope you are with me so far. Okay, I hope you are with me so far. So like I said, these are armpit angles. This angle, okay, and that angle, the U shape. This angle plus that angle. You add the two together. Remember, this entire angle is angle PTS. This entire angle. So it's 2x plus 90 degrees. All right. Plus what? Plus this 58 that I just got. This angle. It's equal to what? 180. These two angles are equal to 180. What's the reason? Co-interior angles. Remember I said the U shape is co-interior angles. So these are co-interior angles. What's the reason? MN is parallel to PQ. You must write your parallel lines after co-interior angles. Now we can solve for x. 2x plus 90 plus 58. Remove the brackets, is equal to 180. We take the 158 degrees over, minus 58 minus 90. Isolate the 2x. What do we get, guys? 2x is equal to 180. So 180 minus 90 is 90. 90 minus 58 gives us 32. So 2x is equal to 32. Then we divide both sides by what? By 2. Don't we divide both sides by 2? We do, don't we? Then we divide both sides by 2. Why do we divide by 2? Because the coefficient of x is 2. So we divide both sides by 2. That gives us what, guys? What do we get? That's the answer. Very good. X is equal to 16 degrees. But remember, here in this question, they didn't want the value of x. What did they want? The size of PTS. So now we have to say angle PTS. Remember, angle PTS is actually what? It's the 2x plus the 90. So we say 2x plus 90. And then we take this x, we come and substitute it in the place of x, because x is 16. 2 in brackets, we substitute 16. Why do we substitute 16? Because we want the actual size of angle PTS. Angle PTS. So in the place of x, remember, PTS is this entire angle. What is it? It's 2x plus 90. So we write 2x plus 90 as angle PTX. Then in the place of x, 2 and x have a relationship of multiplication. What combines 2 and x is multiply. So brackets mean multiply in maths. So we say 2 times the 16, which gives us 32 plus 90. What angle size do we get? 32 plus 90. It is 122 degrees. This is the size of angle PTS. Now, I'm not saying, guys, that this is the only way to do this question, right? I'm sure you saw that John T had indicated in his comment that After getting S1, he would have gotten angle T3. So he would have said S1 is equal to S3 is equal to 58. All right. Now Sima is asking, what about 58? Remember, Sima, we used 58 of angle S3 to get angle S1, didn't we? Okay. Then after that, we said that angle S1, which is this entire angle, with angle PTS. Remember, Sima, when they say angle PTS, what part are they referring to here? They are referring to this angle, this one. Please take note. From here to there, from there to here. That is 2x plus the 90. Those are the two angles that represent angle PTS. That is why we say, after getting our value of x, we substitute the 16 degrees in the place of x for the angle in terms of x, which is PTS, which is 2x plus 90. We substitute the 16 and then we solve for the angle PTS, which becomes 122. We don't include this 58 because it is not angle PTS. Okay, PTS, remember, the angle itself is denoted by the middle letter. The angle itself is denoted by the middle letter T. This angle, that is the angle that we are saying is angle PTS. All right. Now, if you guys just joined, you will be completely lost as to how I got this. But if you had been following through with me, then I'm hoping you would ask a question related to what I had been explaining so that we can understand what maybe you might not be understanding. So just want to repeat this one more time. Remember, we were asked to determine with the reasons the size of who? Of angle PTS. Firstly, we need to understand what is angle. This symbol means angle. When they say PTS, what do they mean? Remember, the middle letter is the angle that they are referring to. Okay, so angle PT, this angle, that's the angle they are talking about. Okay, but they use the arms to sort of like help us to identify the angle. So you move PTS, but you know this is the angle they are talking about. So they want the size of this angle. What had we been given in the diagram? Look at the other paper, guys. In the other paper, they have the same diagram, but then they are asking different questions. Okay, different questions for the same diagram. Okay, so the point was, remember I said they want angle PTS. Okay, so we have angle S3. So I used angle S3 to find angle S1. Why could I find angle S1? What is the reason, guys, that what is angle S1 and what would be the reason for saying S1 is that? Doesn't angle S1 and angle S3 have a relationship of vertically opposite angles? And therefore, aren't angle S1 and angle S3 called vertically opposite angles, and therefore they are equal? Okay, so hopefully you understand that. Vertically opposite angle. So this would be 58 degrees as a result. Okay, this would be 58 degrees, my grade 8s. Okay, it would be 58 degrees. So hopefully grade 8s you understand that. Then I said this angle, which is 58 degrees, okay, and this entire angle that they want me to find have a relationship. Angle S1 and angle PTS, meaning this angle, are what we call your U-shape relationship angles. And I used the example of armpits. If these are your two arms and these are inside your two arms, where in your body is this situated? It's your armpits, right? And so I usually use the example of saying that your armpits They usually stink, don't they? And when you want the situation of your armpits to be better, what do? You add roll on so that you can do what? So that you can better that situation, and the situation can be better smellier, if that makes sense. So I say those armpit angles are called co-interior angles. What do we know about them? They add up to 180, guys. The angles themselves add up to 180. Thank you for the heart me. Just like you would add roll on, you add the angles to better the situation. They are not equal, they add up to 180. So what are those angles? That is 2x plus 90. That's angle PTS. Angle PTX is 2x plus 90. Plus this angle S1 that you just found, that is 58 degrees. Then you say they are equal to what? 180 degrees. What is your reason? Co-interior angles. MN is parallel to PQ. Right? Then after that you solve for who? For X. You take the 90 over, the 58 over, they change sign. 180 minus 58 minus 90. You get 32. On the left you have 2x. Then you divide both sides by what? By 2. You get x is equal to what? 16 degrees. That is the value of who? Of x. Okay. Then, after you found that the value of x is 16, they wanted you to find the size of angle PTS. And you know that PTS represents 2x plus the 90 degrees. This is your whole entire angle of angle PTS. Okay. I said the middle letter represents the angle. There is T. That's the angle if you move in the direction of P, T, and S. So that's the angle. 2x plus 90. So you go and write down angle PTS is 2x plus 90, and then you replace what? You replace this x, which is 16, there. In the place of x, you write 16, because the relationship of 2 and x is one of multiplication. 2 times 16, give 32. 32 what? 32 degrees. Plus that 90, which you have there. And that together gives you what? 32 plus 90, which is 122 degrees. What is this? This is angle PTS, which is what? 122 degrees. Which you got how? Which you got by moving in the process I've just explained. Okay? So hopefully it makes a little bit more sense to you who have just walked in. All right? That is how we get. And guys, I'm saying your reasons are very important. Vert op angles equal. Please guys, when you write co-interior angles, don't just write co-interior angles. You must also state the lines that are parallel. Does that make sense? Then you solve. Then you get your answers. Okay. The 16 came from adding 2x plus 90 and 58 degrees, because these are co-interior angles. What's 2x plus 90 monare plus 58 is equal to 180. Okay, you take the 2x, you add the 90 plus 58 is equal to 180. You need to solve the equation. When you solve the equation, you isolate the x term, which is 2x. Meaning it must be alone on the left. It must become lonely like you become lonely in your room when you are studying and no one is there. Not your friend, not your dog, not your cousin, not your sister, not anyone. Because isolation leads to solutions. Isolation in studying leads to solutions. So 2x is isolated. You take the 90 as a term and 58, they go over. What's 180 minus the 58? Because 58 changes to negative. Positive 90 changes to negative. Whenever things cross over the equal sign, they change sign. Then 180 minus 58 minus 90 gives you 32. So you have 2x is equal to 32. How do you solve for x? 2 is the coefficient of x. Next to the x, you divide both sides by 2. Okay? And then when you divide by 2, you get x is equal to 16 degrees. So that's where the 16 comes from. The 16 comes from the fact that we wanted to find the value of x in the beginning. And what we did step by step, I'm going to start from the beginning again. We have S3 here, which was given to us, which is 58 degrees. We then found angle S1 using what? Vertically opposite angles, because this is that X where this angle is equal to that angle, we say they are vertically opposite, or that angle is equal to that one, we say they are vertically opposite. So this angle and that angle, we say they are vertically opposite. Someone like you may have decided to use that approach. Someone else may have decided to use the approach of finding angle S4 first, using angles on a straight line. Okay, and then found S4 and then took S4 and said on top, and used corresponding angles to find X. Still, your X value would have been what? 16 degrees. However you may have done it, it still would lead to X that is 16 degrees. So I decided to use vertically opposite angle, find the angle S1, then from there take that angle with the understanding that this is a parallel lines, this is my U shape, and these are armpit angles. They stink, I add them together, they equal 180, meaning I add 58 plus this entire angle, which is what? 2x plus this box, which means 90. There, 2x plus 90 plus 58 is equal to 180. I write my reason. Co-int angles, MN parallel to PQ. Then I solve for x. Isolate 2x because it's the x term. Like you are isolated in your room. 90, take it over, becomes negative 90. 58 as another term, take it over, becomes negative 58. Get 32 from the addition and subtraction. Divide both sides by the coefficient of x, which is 2. Because 2 is multiplied to x. So I use the inverse. Divide by 2 both sides. I get x is 16. That's how I got x is 16. After getting x is 16, what did I want? The angle. Angle what? PTS. What is angle PTS? It is PTS. I move in this direction, guys, so that I can find the middle letter and the entire angle. PTS. So that means this entire angle, what is it? 2x plus 90. 2x from there plus 90. Why? Because this box means 90 plus 90. Then remember, I got the x value 16. I go and substitute it. What's 2 times 16? It's 32 plus the 90, 122. My PTS is, angle PTS is 122 degrees. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. That's how we got that answer. Okay, Ngabinde, I already explained 2.1. My guy, my guys, you guys, okay, you guys want me to repeat things, but it's so quiet, so quiet. So this 2x and this 3x and this box, the box, guys, means 90 degrees. Okay, the box means 90. The box means 90. So these are angles that are on a what? A straight line. They share the common vertex O. So we say 2x plus 3x plus 90 degrees. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. These angles, they lie on the straight line. When you start from here, that's 2x. From here to there, that's 3x. From here back to the line, that's 90. When angles complete a straight line sharing a common vertex, we say that the angles add up to 180, and they are angles on a straight line. They must share a common vertex and they must complete a straight line in order for us to say they add up to 180, and therefore we can solve for x. So there it is again. What is it? 2x plus 3x. There it is. Plus what? Plus 90 is equal to what? 180. There's the reason. Then 2x plus 3x, we isolate the x term. We take over the numerical numbers, the angles. 180 minus 90. We get 90. We divide by 5 both sides. We get x is 18 degrees. I hope that's clear. Same question, another province, different questions. Look at this one. They say, name 2 angles whose sum is equal to the size of S4. Name two angles whose sum is equal to the size of S4. Name two angles. Is there a case where one would be asked to determine the value of both angles? Yes. Name two angles. Whose sum is equal to the size of angle S4. They're only asking us here to name the two angles, guys. That's all they're asking us, to name the two angles. Now, I can tell you, we are looking at this question afresh, right? Okay. It says study the diagram below and answer the questions that follow. Because here in this situation, guys, we are not dealing with that problem. We have the same diagram, but they are asking different questions. Okay, this is another provincial paper. It's the same question, but they are asking different questions on the diagram. They're saying name two angles whose sum is equal to the size of S4. Now the question that we need to ask ourselves first, where is S4? Here is S4. Okay. What angle would be equal to S4? This entire angle. Y. Top. Okay. But now they're saying name two angles whose sum, meaning those two angles, when I add them together, they must give me the size of S4. So it would be angle T1 and angle T2. That's all they want. Angle T1, remember this is T1 at the end of the day, and this is what? Angle T2. Name two angles. They're just saying to me I must name them. Okay, so I have angle T1 here, and I have angle what? T2. Those are the two angles. If these two angles, I add them together, they should give me, they are the top angle in this parallel line on the same side of the transversal line, and S4 is the other top angle. Top, these two are equal. Are you with me? So it's angle T1 and angle T2 which are equal to angle S4. Why? Corresponding angles. Which lines are parallel? MN is parallel to PQ. I repeat once again. They are saying name. Read the question, guys. Name two angles whose sum, what does sum mean? It means the addition, is equal to what? To the size of what? Angle who? S4. So it's T1 and T2 together that are equal to angle S4. And we know the reason why. It's because these are what? Corresponding angles. Top on the same side of the transversal line. That's our F shape. Okay, I hope that's clear for us here. Next question. Determine with reasons the size of the following angles. Okay, angle S1. Guys, what's angle S1? And what's the reason? I'm waiting. Angle S1. What's angle S1? Thank you, Mangi. It is 58 degrees. The reason? At op angles. Thank you. Angle T3. Okay, remember, when you get something, please update it in the diagram. That's 58 degrees. Angle T3. What's angle T3? Okay, please, without the update, you may not see things, but with the update, you may. But anyways, T3. Okay, I'm sure you guys, depending on what you see, you will be able to write angle T3. Angle T3, please write me your statement and your reason. I need the reason as well. Don't just write your answer. They're saying determine with the reasons. Okay, Mangi is saying 58 and Mangi is saying corresponding. What does everybody else have to say? Okay, so Mangi is saying 58 degrees. I agree with you, Mangi. Okay, But as I said, please, if you write corresponding angles, please indicate the parallel lines. MN is parallel to PQ. Without this, your reason is not complete if you don't write the lines that are parallel. Okay, guys, this is despite what you may have learned from anyone else. This is just for those people that are wanting to do maths in grade 10, 11, and 12. This is something very important to learn even now as a grade 8 learner. Don't just write corresponding angles. You must indicate the lines that are parallel. Someone else could have said T3 is equal to 58 degrees, but would have written alt angles. That's also fine. Okay, because that person is looking at the updated answer of angle S1, which was 58 that he got, and is looking at this angle and is like saying, this is Z shape. Z, PZ. So S1 and T3 are equal. Alt angles. That's also fine if you write that. Then you state your lines that are parallel. It's MN is parallel to PQ. MN parallel to PQ. That's also fine. That's 100% correct if you were to do that. That's perfect. Okay? Yeah. So it depends. What are you seeing? This is a correct answer. That also is correct. 100% correct. Okay? So now I have these updates here. And the next question is the value of x. So if they are saying determine, it means I need to show my steps. I can't just write the value of x. All right. So with everything that I have here, now I have to actually find the value of x. So I am sitting here and I'm like looking at this diagram. I'm like thinking, well, I could, if I wanted to, use the co-interior angles. Okay, add that angle, that angle, that angle equal to 180 co-interior angles. Or I could do this angle plus that angle plus angles on a straight line. So I'm just going to do angles on a straight line for this one because I've already done co-interior and you guys saw co-interior angles, how it works out nicely. Okay, this is just to show you that, guys, as long as the maths is correct and the statement and the reasons are correct, okay, it doesn't have to align. You may have different approaches, but as long as the maths is 100% correct. This is what I'm trying to emphasize in this life, that you guys need to be less obsessed with memo, more obsessed with understanding, more obsessed with understanding the concept of geometry, the reasons, the statements, the diagrams. And then as you do that, as your obsession turns to that, your maths will be A-okay. You will be able to face any storm and any challenge in life when it comes to maths. But if you don't understand the concept, guys, you guys are gonna flunk out. Okay, flunk out in certain areas. So we take 2x plus the 90 plus the 58. Why? Because, and we say they are equal to 180. Why? Because one, common vertex. These are angles that are next to each other and they share a common vertex. These angles share a common vertex. Remember when I found S1, I got 58 degrees, vertically opposite angles. I wrote my 58. You update the diagram. T3, I got 58 degrees as well. I updated my diagram and I wrote the reasons why. Corresponding angles, MN is parallel to PQ. Or if you are someone else, you found alternate angles. MN is parallel to PQ. I update my diagram. Now you can see on this line, we have T3, T2, and T1. These angles all lie on a straight line and they share a common vertex and they are 1, 2, 3. It's like your protractor, guys. Have you seen your protractor? Your protractor starts from 0 all the way to what? To 180, and you have all these angles sharing a common vertex. That's what's important here. That's why we can say 58 plus 90 plus 2x is equal to 180. These angles share a common vertex, okay? And then also we say these angles add up to 180, okay? Thank you so much for the follow, guys. I really appreciate it today in the comment. You guys are following like crazy and I really appreciate it. So we take the 58 over 180 minus 58 minus 90. 58 over 90 over. What's 180 minus 58 minus 90? we get a beautiful answer of what? 32 degrees. 2x is isolated on the left. Then after that, what do we do? Very good, Olona. Then divide by 2 on both sides because we want x to be alone. Aye. Wanna Olona? You are Olona-ring there in the comment section like nobody's business. Divide. 2 is multiplied to x, so we use the inverse. We divide by 2 to get rid of the 2. There's no other way of getting rid of the 2. So then x is equal to 16 what? Degrees. Okay, thank you so much, guys. You guys are powerful. Do I get all my marks here? Definitely. I miss no mark. All the marks. It's like in the bag. Full marks. And that's what makes me smile as I go get my distinction. That is 95% and above, 100% if possible. Isn't? Guys, I teach for nothing less. I teach learners for 95% and above, not anything less than that. If you are taught by me and then you apply the maths properly, 95 and above should just come out of the bag, whether they like it or not. They just have to subscribe, because you are on another level of work ethic. Okay, more straightforward and simple. Turning over to the other paper, KZN paper. We're leaving the Eastern Cape to the KZN. Come on, tell me there. I want X, I want Y, grade 8's X, Y. You tell me there. I want my X value, I want my Y value. Y is equal to 40 TK. Thank you so much. Y is equal to 40 degrees. What's the reason for Y being 40? Okay. I'm sure the Pirates fans, they like this. This is like the Bakajuju sign there for the Pirates fans. Okay. Very true. Flee. Vertical clean. Very good. Vert op angles. Thanks, guys. It's not co-interior. Cheese boy, you are cheesy. You are cheesy. Krebsa, thank you. Trigger happy, thank you. Sam to valid, 100%. Cheesy boy, you need to work on your, that's not co-interior angles. These two angles, like it for the Pirates by later, like it for the Pirates, okay, X, like it for the Pirates. Bagajuju 40 y is equal to 40. This y and this 40 are vertically opposite. Okay, please be very careful. So when you update your diagram after getting the answer, very important. You have your reason, very good. Now we want x. What about x? Very good. 1 x plus y is equal to 180. Very good. There is a common vertex. We have this 40 plus the x. It's like your protractor, guys. Think about your protractor. Common vertex 40 plus x, or y or x plus 40. If you want to look at if you look at this straight line, 40 plus x. So you say x plus 40 degrees is equal to what? 180, because angles on a straight line, angles adjacent next to each other. We say when they lie on a straight line sharing a common vertex, we say angles on a STR line. Okay, don't lose marks here, guys, for no reason. Angles on a STR line, and then you solve for x. By now we are pros at solving for x. Nothing can shake us, nothing can move us. X is equal to what? 140 degrees. Like, we are unshakable, we are unstoppable, we are unbreakable. We've seen this before. What is this? It's appearing again in another paper. KZN, they have it. Eastern Cape, we did it. Okay? Parallel lines, U-shape. You see? No. Can this diagram be seen as 360 revolution? No. This one. You mean this? Or you mean this one? Olona. Is Olona referring to this diagram? Yeah. Are you talking about this diagram, Olona? Or are you talking about this one? Because if you're talking about this one, remember, we don't have enough information for it to be regarded as a revolution. Yeah. But yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. If we had all the angles and we were missing one, we would definitely consider it as such. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, but also this is a revolution. If you go all the way, this to here, to here, to there, back to where we started, yes. But remember, to find the values of x and y, we may probably not be able to use that. Okay, yeah, so let's be quick. All right, we have 4 marks. We need to spend less than 4 minutes, you know, so that we can have enough time to check. Guys, this one was done. I'm not going to repeat this. We know this is a U shape. It's the armpits where it stinks, the stinky place. So we know stinky places need what? They need roll on. They need roll on. Okay. Lele, your answer is wrong. Which answer, Lele? Which one? Which specific one are you talking about? Which answer is wrong? I love it when people are able to see my mistakes. Which answer, Lele? Lele. Oh, Lele. Your answer is wrong. Where, my dear? Okay, let's just give Lele a chance, guys. I think Lele has identified a wrong answer. Just need to give her a chance so that she can alert me where specifically the answer is wrong. Is Lele even here, or is Lele just a detractor? Okay, I think detractors were here then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Lele question mark. Akanyele, what don't you understand? Akanyele is saying, I don't know, never mind, now I understand the concept, it's my fault. Okay, no, it's no problem. It would have been fine if, like, because I'm not perfect, guys. I make errors, definitely, in the life. Yo. I love learners that call me out, actually. Akanyele, what don't you understand? Akanyele, what don't you understand? Because here, this was simply, like I said, we had 40, we have y. Okay. I explained earlier on that these angles, we say they are vertically opposite. If there are 2 lines intersecting, we say these are vertically opposite angles. Those say they are equal. This angle and this angle, we say they are vertically opposite angles as well. They are equal, right? Then these 2 here, we say they add up to 180. Okay. Yeah. So we said y is equal to 40 degrees here. And then we said vertically opposite angles. So it's vert-op angles. Okay. Vert-op angles. Okay. So y is equal to 40. Then after that, what did we do? What did we do? We said this angle and that angle together, this one and this one, they are next to each other most. They share a common vertex. They lie on a straight line, this angle and that angle. So we have 40 plus x. 40 plus x is equal to what? 180. 40 plus x is equal to 180 degrees. Why? These are angles on a straight line. 40 plus x, they share a common vertex from here to here. From there to here, we complete a straight line. So we say that angle plus that angle is equal to 180 degrees, and we say they are angles on a straight line. So that's why then I took the 40 degrees, cross over 180 minus 40. So my x value there is actually equal to what? To 140 degrees. So I don't know if it's not clear still, but that's how we did the x and the y there. Okay. Nebza, like I said, the information you have on your diagram, you got y, which is 40. Okay. I'm glad, Akanyele. Thank you. You first got y, that is 40. That's equal to that 40 degrees, vertically opposite angles. We updated our diagram. We are missing that angle. So we can't use angles in a revolution for now. We need to find x using these angles that we now have. So we know that there's a relationship between this x and this 40. If we look at this straight line, this one, what is the relationship? 40 and x are next to each other. They share this common vertex. So then we can say 40 plus x. That completes a protractor. It's like 40 from here to there, from here to there, that's x. So you add these two angles together, they add up to 180. So that's why we can say x plus 40 is equal to 180 degrees, angles on a straight line, and then solve for x, we get x is 140. Okay, so hopefully that's clear now. Come here. I'm just going to redo this, even though like I know I did it in the other problem. This here is a parallel line AB. This is parallel line DC. These two angles, this angle and that angle, we say that these two are what? Okay. These angles form your U-shape relationship. U. Okay, remember fun? I said F, U, N. It's the armpit angles. This angle and that angle, we say they form the U shape, and those two angles, they add up to 180. Okay, I call them the armpit angles for just remembrance. Armpits, because the armpits, it's where it stinks, right? So when you have stinky armpits, you add roll on to them, right? You add roll on so that you can smell better. Okay, deodorant. So we add these two angles together. Why? Because when we add them together and they lie on they are basically found between parallel lines, we say that these two angles add up to 180. So I can say y plus 20 degrees plus y plus 8 degrees is equal to 180, as Tsepsapeni has said in the comment section very beautifully. And then we can say co-int angles. Now, I've been saying so many times in this live, you make sure you state the parallel lines when you write co-interior angles. Don't just write co-interior angles. It's because of these lines that are parallel that we say they add up to 180, the angles. So then you say co-interior angles, semicolon, AB is what? Parallel to DC. The parallel lines must be included, right? Then now we can solve the equation, solve for y. Does that make sense? Okay, so I see some people have already solved it. They've gotten the answer. I see y is equal to 76. Let's just check my good friend there. Let's pin that and just check if we do get that. So we add the variable like terms y and y. That gives us 2y. Remember, y is positive. This y is positive. This is 20, and that's 8. So you take the 28 over 20 plus 8 is 28. You subtract that on the other side, or you can just take the 20 and the 8 over by subtracting. Yes, Akanyele, very good. You must write the parallel sides, please, guys. The reason why we say the angles add up to 180 is because of that fact. Yes. So this is 20, guys, and this is 8 degrees. So 28, right? Then 180 minus 28, what does that give us? That gives us 152, as you guys have beautifully said. But we want y, right? We don't want 2y, we want y. So what do we do now? Had they said they wanted the value of 2y, we would have just written 2y is 152, but they want the value of y. So then we do what? We divide both sides by 2. We divide always by the coefficient. This is called the coefficient of y. It's multiplied to 2. So if it's multiplied to 2, want to get rid of a 2 that's multiplied, we divide by 2. But what we do on the left, we do where, guys? On the beautiful right. Then we get an x, which is what? Seems like that 76 that was spoken of, that had a question mark, seems to be 100% correct. Lele is 100% correct, and everybody else that's basically said that y is 76 degrees is 100% on point. Okay, any questions now? Are we clear? Are we clear, guys? Not hex, sorry. Yeah, now I love that I made that mistake, right? I love that I made that mistake, because what is our tendency? Sometimes we are so obsessed with x. you know. We are so obsessed with X. It's like someone who's obsessed with their ex. They can never move on. We are so obsessed with X that sometimes X ends up, you know, featuring when it's not supposed to feature. So let's be careful about that. Okay, let's come here now. Let's see. Let's just wait before that. Okay, we're still on straight line. That's fine. You can stay here. We want Y again. Okay. Right, so I just want to reveal that's Y plus 10. And then that's 3Y minus 20. If you can't see properly. We want the value of Y. So I see people are saying parallel lines, complementary angles. People are saying all sorts of things in the comments. I love the way you explain. You are very welcome. I love the way you comment in the comment section. DJ Lucky, really appreciate your kind words there. Area of a circle is equal to pi r squared, my good friend. Area of a circle. Okay, the area of a circle is pi r squared. Okay, basketball FN. So pi is in your calculator. R means the radius from the circumference to the center. That's your radius. So that's the formula that you use. Circumference of a circle, if you've given the diameter, you can use pi times d. If you are given the radius, you can use 2 pi r. No problem. Okay. Parallel lines usually have arrows. There we have it. You see, this arrow means that GH is parallel to EF. That's what basically these parallel lines. Okay. Now, let's see. Calculate the size of GAC and give reasons for your statement. What's GAC? Now, guys, please, this thing. Whenever you have 3 letters and they say the size, it means the middle letter. Whether it's angle GAC like this, means the middle letter, or whether it's angle GAC with a cap, there's a middle letter. I think they forgot to put the cap on top of A. So what do they mean by that? GA, you move with your diagram, GAC. So they want the size of that angle. That's what they want. In order to get the size of that angle, we need to first get the value of Y. Let's start there. Now, how can we get the value of Y? We have this angle, which is 3Y minus 20. We have that angle, which is Y plus 10. And we have this 90 degrees. So what does that help us in to be able to get the angle 90, the angle of Y? So I'm glad that you know it now. Okay, because these are 2 ways to refer to an angle. It's either GAC like this, middle letter, or GAC like that, middle letter. So what do they mean? G, you move with your letters. G, that's G. A, middle letter, they want the size of this angle. That's what they want. It's very important to know what they want. Now we can first go ahead and find the value of Y. That angle plus that angle, they share a what? A common vertex, and they lie on a straight line and they are next to each other. So 90 plus what? Plus Y plus 10 plus 3Y minus 20 should give me what? 180. Let's go. 90 plus Y plus 10 plus 3Y minus 20 equal to what? 180. What's the reason? Angles on a STR line. Let's not forget that. Okay? Let's not forget that. So let's solve for Y first. Let's first get the Y out of the way. Now we can remove the brackets. Let's isolate the letters Y plus 3Y on the left and take all the numbers to the other side. Okay? Yeah. This was Y plus 10. This was 3Y minus 20. Remember, the Y is positive. the 3y is positive. So the like terms y on the left, all the numbers, 90, what was positive becomes negative 90. Positive 10 becomes negative 10. Negative 20 becomes positive 20 because the signs change whenever the terms go over to the right hand side. When we transpose terms to the right, the signs, they change. Then we can, y plus 3y is 4y. 180 minus 90 minus 10 plus 20. I'll wait for you in the comment section. What is the answer here, guys, so that I can write down the value here? 4y is equal to what? Okay, I see KW Mesh has already gotten the final answer. Thank you so much. You guys are just on top of your game. All right. Okay. Are we all sure it's 100? Okay, it's 100. You see, I trust you guys. I hope I can trust you. Okay. Then what do we do after that? Y, the coefficient of y is 4. So we divide both sides by who? By 4. And then we get an answer of y, which is equal to what? What's 100 divided by 4, guys? Thank you, Makacheni, TK, Sunny, Cheeseboy, I see you redeeming yourself there. T said so, Girl in Town, Lambate, Patricia, Star. Yes, y is equal to 25 degrees, and we are happy, aren't we? We are happy. Not 20, 25, Kanyile. Just be careful there with the calculator, okay? Please be careful. Please be careful. Okay, so we got y. Now let's go back to our diagram. Since we now have y, guys, there are relationships that we can use to find this angle. No problem, Akanyile. You are trying very well, right? I don't want you to feel bad here. Yeah, we're not using any calculator. That's beautiful. So that means your brain is braining there, Mr. Cheeseboy. So we have now to calculate. They want the size of GAC, remember? No problem, KG. Sure. So we can either look at this entire angle here. This is on the parallel line, top. Take your diagram and put it like this. Okay, F shape. This is a parallel line, you see? So turn it over the paper if you need to. This is top. Okay, does that make sense, guys? Oh, look at that. I don't need, remember, I only state parallel lines for corresponding, co-interior, and alternate. Okay. For alternate, please, don't misinterpret me. For corresponding, okay, co-interior, and alternate. That's where you need to state your lines that are parallel. But angles on a straight line, I don't need to state my lines that are parallel. Okay? It's only for fun. So when you are having fun, guys, corresponding, top, bottom, co-interior, your armpits that stink like crazy, that need roll on. Yabo? 180 degrees for co-interior, equal. And for alternate angles, when you are having fun, please make sure you write the parallel lines, okay? When you are having fun, just when you're having fun. Corresponding, co-interior, and alternate, okay? Does that make sense? When you are having fun. When you are having fun, please use parallel lines, all right? Okay, so for instance here, angle on a straight line, we don't need to put parallel lines. So here, guys, top, these are corresponding angles. Okay, what's this entire angle? Okay. It's y plus 10 plus 90. This entire angle is y plus 10 plus the 90. Okay, and then this angle here is what we need, which is angle GAC, they are corresponding. So you could use corresponding angles and find angle GAC. Or you could use what? Co-interior. Okay, because if you look at these two, the U shape here, you see this angle and that angle, you could add these two together, substitute your Y value, and find the value of GAC, because these are co-interior. Sum is 180 degrees. Okay, so let's first look at on top. What did I say? On top here is Y minus 10 plus what? Plus 90. That should be equal to angle GAC. So let's do that. Let's use that approach. I'm just going to use a paper here. So I can say angle GAC is equal to Y plus 10 degrees plus 90. And then the reason, corresponding angles, which lines are parallel? GH is parallel to EF. GH is parallel to EF. Now remember guys, I got what the value of Y is. It's 25 degrees, right? So that means I am going to replace Y is equal to 25 degrees here. Does that make sense? I am going to replace, because I found Y, which was 25. We all found it, right? You guys commented in the comment section so beautifully, and we found the value of Y. Now we know that GAC is equal to Y plus 10 plus 90. Remember, the box means 90. Y plus 10 plus 90. So we go and substitute in the place of Y. 25 degrees plus what? Plus 10 plus what? Plus 90 degrees. Okay, and then we get the answer. Angle GAC, the size of angle GAC is what? 125. 125 what? Degrees. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, so that's one way of getting angle GAC. Let's look at the second way. Someone else that was looking at the same diagram does not see top and sees what? Co-interior, right? So for the person who said do it again, let's just check this out. I said GAC, meaning this angle, okay, is equal to this entire angle, because these are parallel lines. This is my F shape on top of this parallel line, on the same side of the transversal line, on top of this parallel line, on top we are equal. All right, so that means Y plus 10 plus the 90 is equal to angle GAC. Okay, so that's why we said angle GAC is equal to Y plus 10 plus the 90. And we said corresponding angles, GH is parallel to EF. Then we solved for angle GAC and we substituted our Y value, which we had got, which was what? Which was 25 degrees. All right, and then we solved and we got the angle. But then I'm saying now, the other way we could have used is we could have looked at these U shape. This is U here, meaning 3Y minus 20 plus GAC should give me 180. So let's check that out. GAC, angle GAC plus this 3Y minus 20 is equal to what? 180. Co-interior angles. And then I state my lines that are parallel. So let's check that one out. The second way, GAC plus 3Y minus 20 degrees is equal to what? 180. What's the reason? Co-int angles. Then I state my lines that are parallel. GH is parallel to EF. Okay, then remember I am going to replace the y with 25. So GAC plus 3 into 25 degrees. In the place of y, I'm going to substitute 25 minus what? 20 is equal to 180. That is 75 degrees. 3 times 25 is 75. Then I transpose everything to the other side. 180 plus 20. Remember, negative 20 becomes positive. 75 becomes minus 75. Okay. Then what is the value of GAC, guys? Isn't it that same 125 that we'd spoken about? Okay, you see, either way, we get that same answer. Right? So one of two ways of doing the same question, thus getting the same answer under the same circumstances. Yeah, and we were fooled into thinking maths is difficult. Really? No ways, guys. This is easy peasy. Okay, please, FUN. Okay, akanyile. Okay, there's no need for division here because we don't have a coefficient anywhere like the other problems where we're solving for x and y. Angle GAC here is just simply angle GAC. Okay, yeah. So guys, if you missed something, because I'm going to continue, I don't really have that much time. Okay, you can go and check out, like I said, I'll be uploading this onto the YouTube channel, and then you can go and watch it till your heart's content. Okay, let's first start. So let's go to the one paper. Determine the size of angle y in each of the following. Now we are moving over to triangles. And the people, link is in my bio, guys. YouTube channel, link is in my bio. It's also called Maths is a Game. The same profile picture you see here is the same profile picture that's on the YouTube channel. It's got a black, the black inscription with the white background. Maths is a Game, 5 to 7. It's there on the link. You can just copy the link, paste it on your Google search engine, press enter, and it should send you straight there. Yeah. So determine the size of the angle y in each of the following, my beloved grade 8s. Okay, so this one is straightforward, numerical values, no problem. Okay, no problems, grade 8s, no problem at all. So what do we do here? Simple, straightforward. We just say 66 degrees plus what? Plus 46 degrees plus what? Plus y. Nebza, I love it. Nebza, let me approve with that beautiful comment. Okay, as you have said, Nebza said it well there in the comment section. Very well said. Nebza Nyoza is equal to 180. Sum of angles in a triangle, 180 degrees. The 3 reasons that are acceptable: sum of angles in triangle, or you could say angle sum in triangle, or you could say interior angles triangle. Any one of these 3 short reasons, they are very much appropriate. Grade 8, grade 9, very, very simply put. Then you solve for y. Okay, please guys, please. 66 plus 46 plus y, all the interior angles. The sum of angles in a triangle adds up to 180. Remember guys that if you are in grade 10 or 11, these are the basics you ought to have. You can't be in grade 11 and grade 12 and not have these basics. You don't have these basics. They are the same basics that will actually reduce your marks in the level that you are in. So if you're in grade 10 or 11 and you are here and you're watching this, that's very good, because that means you are going to now what? reinforce the basics so that when we do your grade level, you already know the basics. So 66 plus 46 plus y is equal to, isolate y, everybody crosses over, okay, sum of angles in a triangle, or sum, or angle sum in triangle, or interior angles triangle. Any one of these three, you stick to one, you use it forever. That should work out nicely. Thank you, Akanyile. Is that the answer, guys? Akanyile there. What's the value of y? 46 minus 46. So it's 68 degrees. Okay, 68 degrees. Yeah, guys, when all else fails, just make sure that you have your calculator course close by so that you can make sure that you don't make a mistake of, yeah, we don't want to be making silly mistakes and losing 1 mark simply because we didn't get the right answer. Okay, look at this one. Okay, now we have y plus 3. If you look at the type of triangle we have, what type of triangle is this? 1, 1, 1. What does that mean? What type of triangle do we have here? It's a, yes, you said it, it's a, alright guys, come on, forget about the fact that someone is wrong. We fixed that. Okay, let's move on now. Yes, it's an equilateral triangle. All 3 sides are equal. Okay, not isosceles, equilateral. Now, what do we know about the individual angles of an equilateral triangle? Each angle is actually equal to what, guys, for an equilateral triangle? So all sides are equal, but each individual angle is equal to what? 60 degrees. Very true. So here we could easily just say y plus 30 degrees. Okay, we could easily say that y plus 30 degrees is equal to 60 degrees. And I mean, we could say that on the basis of what we know about equilateral triangles. That's one way we could do this question. Or we could say y plus 30 plus y plus 30 plus y plus 30 is equal to 180 degrees. Okay, because if this is y plus 30, in terms of y, this is also y plus 30, and that's also y plus 30, and we say it's equal to what? 180 degrees. And then our reason would be sum of angles in triangle. So that's really up to you. Okay, or you could say 3 times. Okay, I can just imagine someone else saying 3 into y plus 30 degrees is equal to 180 degrees, and then they're saying int angles triangle. Okay, does that make sense? So there's many ways. You could literally add all these. You could basically say this is y plus 30, that's y plus 30, that's y plus 30, because all individual angles, since this is an equilateral triangle, it means in terms of y, the individual angles are equal. So that's y plus 30 plus y plus 30 plus y plus 30 is equal to 180. Reason, sum of angles in a triangle. Then you can solve for y. Or you could say, since you know all angles are equal to y plus 30, you could say 3 times y plus 30 is equal to 180 degrees, interior angles of a triangle. Or you could simply just take one individual angle, y plus 30 is equal to 60, and then say equilateral triangles and solve from there. And it should be quite straightforward, solving for y. Either way that you decide to answer the question, you should get the same answer at the end of the day. Okay, so if we use this one, this is simply going to give us 30 degrees, simply put. Okay, simply put. If we use that one, we add all the y's, that gives us 3y. We add all the 30's, that gives us 90. We take the 90 over, say 180 minus 90. So 3y is equal to 90 degrees. Divide both sides by who? By 3, because the coefficient of y is 3. Then 90 divided by 3 gives us 30. You see, either way, we are getting the same answer. And I mean, it's expected here, we are still going to get the same answer. I think some people just love saying your answer is wrong in the comment section. Okay, hope you enjoy saying that. Okay, especially when using 3 situations we are seeing the same answer come about. Or the answer before. Okay, I'm just gonna check it out now because I trusted what you guys said, but now it means like you guys cannot calculate. Okay, let's come here. Sorry, he's saying McLean is saying the previous one. Okay, I trusted what you guys said and you guys misled me. Why is 70 not 68? So people misled me here because I just simply said what's the answer. Many people typed in the comment section, why is it equal to 68? Why is it equal to 68? Why is it equal to 68? Yet you misled me, all of you. No one even called me out. McLean had to be our hero to save the day. Okay, so McLean is actually 100% correct by saying the answer that we have there is wrong. Okay, McLean had to step in and be our hero and save the day. So I think you all need to apologize. You need to all bow down and apologize to McLean and say, McLean, you are clean after all. You are clean. Okay, you need to. McLean deserves your utmost apology. So yes, McLean, I'm so proud. You are 100% correct. It's literally 68. Okay, what's 180 minus 46? And then from that you subtract 64. Remember, minus 46 minus 64 is actually 110. Negative 110. 180 minus 110 should give us 70, not the other way around. Oh, look at that. So guys, do you see? I am the one that's wrong. This is 46. I typed in 64. So I am wrong. I made a mistake. Okay, guys, if I did this mistake, please don't you dare do it in the test or in the exam. Please, don't you dare. Look, 66. Somehow, I miraculously changed. Has anyone ever done this in an exam and lost marks because they wrote a step with the right value in the first line, then in the second line somehow things just change? Do you see that? Then they lose the marks and then they think that they got everything correct, and then they think, yeah, I got everything right. And then it happens when they come and get their marks, they lost a mark. They sure they got 100%, but then because we didn't check, you see. So please guys, let's just make sure every time that we write a statement, we follow it up by checking. This is a good lesson for all of us. It's okay. It's okay that I made the mistake, okay? It's okay that I made the mistake because it becomes a learning curve for all of us. We don't want to be, aiming for a certain mark, but then we fall short of it simply because it's not that our maths was not correct, but it's just that we omitted to write a step, incorrectly in the next step. So this 64 that I wrote here incorrectly is supposed to be 66. So let's relook at this for those who are like wondering. Guys, this is a triangle, okay? And we know that the inside interior angles of the triangle, they add up to 180. The sum of angles in a triangle add up to 180. The angles of a triangle are supplementary. So this 66 plus this 46 plus this y should give us what? 180. Okay, so yes guys, in actual fact the answer should be 68. Okay, those who said 68, it's because they wrote down things correctly, unlike me. I wrote out a wrong step, but those who got 68 wrote out things correctly. So McLean obviously went with what I had written down and said that the answer is 70 based on my mistake. Okay, I understand why McLean said that and called us out on our answer, but based on the values, it should be 68. Okay, he used to do that mistake. Look, the babe Asa there is saying in the comment section that was the mistake that she would make. Guys, yeah, that becomes the difference between a learner that gets 100% sometimes and one that gets 98 or 99. Silly mistakes. So don't be like me then. Let's learn from my mistake and not repeat the mistake. So what we do then is we are going to add these angles together. 66 plus 46 plus y is equal to 180. Then we write our reason. We can either write sum of angles in a triangle, or we can say angle sum in triangle, or we can say interior angles in triangle. Then we solve for y. We isolate y on the left, take 46, that is positive. When it crosses over, it becomes negative. Take 66, that is positive, crosses over, becomes negative 66. Then we add the like terms. We get y is 68 degrees. That is the value of y. Make sense? Yeah. Then, this next question, we have y plus 30. We've got this here, d. We've got here, okay? Then, what type of triangle, I asked, is this? This is an equilateral triangle. What do we know about an equilateral triangle? We know that in an equilateral triangle, guys, the individual angles of the triangle are respectively 60. So this is 60, this is 60, and that is 60. So these individual angles are all 60. They add up to 180, of course. So this method, all right, that I used here has to do with that understanding. I have y plus 30 here. Okay. This is y plus 30. Y plus 30 degrees, I can say, is equal to the individual angle of an equilateral triangle, which is 60 degrees. So if I say y plus 30 is equal to 60, my reason is equilateral triangle. Okay, so y plus 30, the individual angle, is equal to 60. Then I can solve for y and take the 30 over, negative 30, 60 minus 30. Then what is 60 minus 30? It is 30 degrees. So y is 30. And it makes sense, because if you take the 30 and you add the 30 that you have there, you get 60 for that angle, which should make sense in light of this being an equilateral triangle, right? This is one way you could do this question, by using the individual angle of the equilateral triangle. Okay, so I repeat, this is an equilateral triangle. The individual angles are 60 degrees, guys. So we can say y plus 30 is equal to 60. Okay? And say equilateral triangles as our reason. Then solve for y. Take the plus 30, transpose it to the right. We subtract 30 from the 60. 60 minus 30, because the sign changes from positive to negative, and then 60 minus 30 gives us 30. So the y value is 30 degrees. Okay, then here we can use alternatively the fact that all of these angles are equal, and say we can take y plus 30, the individual y plus 30, y plus 30, that's y plus 30, that's y plus 30, that's y plus 30, add it together, equal to 180. Write the reason, sum of angles in the triangle, and then solve for y. Okay, so if we add the y's, y plus y is 3y. Okay, 30 plus 30 plus 30 is 90. Then we transpose the positive 90, becomes negative 90 on the right. What's 180 minus 90? It becomes 90 degrees. Then we can divide both sides by 3. Okay, and get y is 30 degrees. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. And I very much don't appreciate people that push, prod, and sort of like think they can dictate in this life what and when I do it. Remember, you have your time schedule and what you need to do. So if you have your time schedule and what you need to do, please get going and do what you need to do. then it just means you are going to have to miss this. All right, those who are here and who are patiently moving with me step by step, they need to be afforded the opportunity. So let's stop being selfish in the comment section. I don't appreciate it at all. Okay, yeah, we need to become selfless people. If you miss something here, you can always rewatch it, like I said, in the YouTube page when I upload the video. All right, now we are switching over here, playing this game, because this is one paper, this is another. From the given triangle, solve for x and give reasons for your answer. Okay, x plus 10, 5x plus 20, 2x minus 10. Right, so what's beautiful about these questions is the fact that it gives us a chance to really work on our algebra skills as well, solving for x and all of these things. Apart from the geometry, there's the algebra part, which we are also getting a chance to practice, and that's important. So here, obviously, guys, it's a triangle. We have all the individual angles in terms of x. Okay, in terms of x. Okay, so then we can just say 5x plus 20 plus x plus 10 plus 2x minus 10 is equal to what? 180. Reason: sum of angles in a triangle. And that's it, guys, and you can solve there for x. So we say x plus 10 degrees plus 5x plus 20 plus 2x minus 10 is equal to 180. Reason: sum of angles in triangle. Okay, then from there we can solve for what? For x. We add the like terms of x. X plus 5x plus 2x gives us 8x. Please, guys, when we add like terms, we keep the variable x. We keep the variable x because those are like terms. Then we add the coefficients. That's 1. Remember, there's a 1 there. Can't see it. It's like the Holy Spirit. 1 plus 5 plus 2, that gives us 8. We then transpose, meaning we take all the numerical angles, 10 and 20 and negative 10. That becomes minus 10 for this 10, minus 20 for that positive 20, and then plus 10 for this negative 10 degrees. Because when they go over, okay, they go like that. Okay, does the order matter when adding? No, it doesn't. Remember, addition is commutative, so it doesn't matter. Okay, if you decide you are going to start with the 20 plus 10 is 30 minus 10 is 20, that doesn't matter, guys. You know, addition and subtraction don't matter with addition and subtraction. Then when we are over this side, 180 minus 30 plus 10, 150 plus 10, 160. Is it 160 this side? Are we sure? Yes, 160. 8x is isolated, then 8 needs to go because x needs to be isolated. So what do? We divide both sides by that 8. What we do on the left, we do where? On the right. Our answer, x becomes what? 20 degrees. Okay, you see, Shiringane is asking, how did I get 8? X and 5x and 2x are what we call like terms. Why? Because they have the same variable x and the exponent for x is all 1. So what we do is we add the like terms, meaning in other words, we say 1x plus 5x plus 2x. When adding like terms, we keep the variable. We add the coefficients, meaning 1 plus, look, see there's plus here, so we say 1 plus 5. What's 1 plus 5? It's 6. Okay, then 6 plus 2. What's 6 plus 2? It's 8. So that's why we have 8x. Okay, that's why we have 8x. So this is grade 8, guys, and this grade 8 is very important. Also, obviously, it's also applicable to grade 9. So 1x plus 5x is 6x, 6x plus 2x is 8x. Does that make sense? Then we took the tan plus tan, it crosses over to the right side. So this tan changes, that's positive, changes to negative tan. This plus 20, which is positive, when it goes over to the right hand side, it changes to negative 20. This negative 10, which was on the left, when it crosses over to the right, it becomes positive 10. So that's how I got these numbers to change the sign when they go over to the right side. So I have minus 10 now, I have minus 20 now, I have positive 10 now. The signs changed when the terms went to the right. Then I add these numbers. What's 180 minus 10 minus 20 plus 10? That gives you 160. So you have 8x is equal to 160. You have what? 8x is equal to 160 because 180 minus 10 minus 20 minus 10 is 160. There's an 8x on the left. But we don't want 8x. We want x. So the 8 needs to go. But the 8 has a relationship with x of multiply because it is combined. Okay, so 8 times x, when we get rid of an 8 that is multiplied to x, we divide both sides by that number that is next to the x. Why? Because the 8 is multiplied to x. But if we want to get rid of the 8 that is multiplied, we need to do the opposite of multiply, which is divide by who? By the same 8. But what we do on the left, we must do where? On the right. So then 160 divided by 8 gives us what? 20 degrees. Does that make sense? Those who are asking, how did I get negative 10? Remember, there was positive 10 here. When he crosses over, what happens? The sign of positive changes to negative. There was positive 20 here. When he crosses over to the right side, he changes from positive to negative. There was negative 10 here. When he crosses over to the right, he changes from negative to what? To positive. Thank you so much, Sunny, for the rose. Wow. Wow, thank you. Yeah, those are missing. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's the sign. Okay, they change when you cross over. Okay. Mangongo, what do you mean? When am I going to post the video on YouTube? I'm gonna post it when I'm done. Right? When I'm done. Then, like I said, guys, you get 8x, you get 160, divide both sides by 8 because 8 is multiplied to x. So how do you get rid of an 8 that's multiplied? You divide both sides by that coefficient. So if it was negative 2, I would divide by negative 2 both sides. If this was negative 7x, I would divide by negative 7. If it was half x, I would divide by half. You see? Yeah. Yeah, then x is equal to 20 degrees. That's how we got that. X is equal to 20. 3.2, guys, is the same. Thank you so much, Sunny. Really appreciate it. So kind of you, the finger hearts. Really, really appreciate it. A lot. Thank you. Blessings to you. Where you have taken, may they be abundance. And if you are actually like writing next week, yeah, blessings that much more as you write, if you are actually a grade 8 learner and so forth. Consider the triangle below, guys. We did a similar question in the other paper. Okay, similar. Solve for x and give reasons for your statements. What would you do here? What type of triangle is this? There we go. Account not found. Doing the most. Don't forget the reason, okay? My account not found. Don't forget that reason. Otherwise, you are 100% correct there in the comment section. That's one way of doing it. You could individually say all of those angles. Since it's an equilateral triangle, add them all together equal to 180 and solve for x. Okay? Or what's the other way? What is the other way that you could use? Besides that statement with equal to 180, what else could you do here? Right? What do you know about an equilateral triangle and its individual angles? Okay, you also know that the individual angles are what? Are 60 degrees. So you could do that as well. You could take this 3x minus 30 degrees. Very good, Sunny. Yeah, Sunny. There we go. Awesome. Equate it to 60 because you know the individual angles of an equilateral triangle are 60 degrees. Okay. Yeah. And basically you are saying this because the individual angles, your teacher should know. Then if it sees this, you know that the individual angles are 60 degrees. And then from there, you just simply remember negative 30, that becomes what? Yes, onta. Onta remembers the other way. Or we could say 3 into 3x minus 30 degrees is equal to 180. Onta, I love you. Absolutely love you. I love the fact that you also remember that interior angles of our triangle. You see? Onta, we could say this too. It's the same as saying 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30, but we know it's 3 angles. They are all the same. If we multiply those angles in terms of x by 3, it's equal to 180, and we can solve for x from there. The reason is sum of angles in a triangle, interior angles of a triangle, or angle sum in triangle. Let's come back here to the individual one. Of course, that would mean 3x is equal to, remember, we took the 30 over, it becomes plus 30. So then it means we get 90 degrees, right? And then we solve for x from there. And we get x is equal to what? 30 degrees. It makes life very easy. Okay, and think about it. If you say 3 times 30, you get 90. What's 90 minus 30? It really is 60. So that makes sense. Makes perfect sense. You know, makes perfect sense. So the answer is making sense. Okay, if we look at Onta's way of doing it, right? This is similar to saying 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30, but we shorten it and we say 3 times those individual angles in terms of x and solve for x from there. That's another way of doing it. Remember, thank you, Sunny. Man, Sunny is really generous. I really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. So 3 into 3x minus 30 is equal to 180. All right, we could do that too. 3 times 3x is 9x. 3 times negative 30 is negative 90, which is equal to 180 degrees. We take the 180, 90 over to the other side, becomes plus 90. 9x is isolated. 9x is equal to 270. Then we get to divide both sides by 9. We get x is 30 degrees. Okay. Different ways of doing the same problem. Okay. Yeah. So to the person who said 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30, why do they say 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30? What type of triangle is this? It's a equilateral triangle. So in terms of x, these are all angles that are 3x minus 30. Okay, all of them. Why? Because this is an equilateral triangle. Okay, so all of these are 3x minus 30. So if we take these individual angles that are what? That are 3x minus 30 and add them together. Add everyone. Thank you, Daddy. Take all these angles together. Add them. 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 is equal to what, guys? 180. That is the same thing as saying 3 of these angles that are what? That are 3x minus 30 multiplied by 3. All of them, these angles. You have 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. They are 3x minus 30. You can do the 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 plus 3x minus 30 is equal to 180. Or you could simply say 3 times. How many angles? How many angles of 3x minus 30 do we have? We have 1, 2, 3. So it's like saying 3 times those angles is equal to 180. It's the same thing. Okay, so this is the same as adding individual or saying 3 times all of this. Okay, and then you can solve for x from there. You get x is equal to 30 degrees because they wanted the value of x. Okay, yeah. Into a. Let's look at this one, guys. Determine the value of y. Giving what? Giving reasons for your statement. We want y. We want y. What type of triangle is this? What type of triangle is this? Yes, k-isos. K-isos. Now we have an isosceles triangle. So we want the value of y. How are we going to do it? How are we going to get the value of y? How do we do it? Okay, and please guys, the reasons are important. I see account not found says 2y is equal to 50. Thank you, Susu. You see, this one, this guy, hi. SU, angles opposite equal sides. We start here, guys. Let's start here. We say angle C is equal to y. That's where we start. Start right there. Reason, angles opposite equal sides. We start there. We start there. Angle C is equal to y. Start there. Okay, we start there first. That is y. That is also y. So angle C is equal to y. Angles opposite equal sides. We start right there. Please, guys. Then after that, in that triangle, we are going to say y we can say y plus y plus 50 degrees is equal to 180 degrees. Please, this is important, guys. That first statement is important for your marks. Okay, that first statement is important for your marks, and that reason. Then you can say y plus 50 is equal to 180 degrees. Reason, sum of angles in triangle. Then from there you can solve for who? For y. Many of my learners, even in the grade 9 test, lost marks because they did not indicate this. Okay, they did not indicate this. You're right. Okay, and many of them said y plus 50 is equal to 180. No. Say y plus 50. Are you kidding me? How many angles do I have in a triangle? There must be 3 of them. So I can't say y plus 50 is equal to 180. I mean, where's the third angle? You see? So that's why we need to first establish the angles we have in the triangle. Then we can say equal to 180. Guys, this idea of saying sum of angles is 180 needs for us to have something about those 3 angles in order to be solving for something we don't know. Okay? So please, grade 8s, very important that you do that. Guys, those who are saying this is grade 8, this is grade 9, this is grade 8, this is grade 9, grade 8s and 9s need to both understand that your maths is the same, guys. Both of you. The geometry is the same for both of you. There are certain aspects of it that are not the same, but for straight lines, for triangles, it's the same. Nothing is different. So if you're in grade 8 this year and you're going to grade 9, well, you know what? You're going to be doing this thing again. With just more, maybe, things, just a little things here and there added. Okay. So y plus y is 2y. 50. We take that 50 degrees. 180 minus 50 is 130 degrees. We subtract, we take the 50 over, because y plus y is 2y. Coefficient of y, coefficient of y is 1. Okay, so we get 2y. Then we take the 50 over. 180 minus 50 is 130. Okay, then we can divide both sides by who? By 2. Guys, please, in your exam, don't write in pencil, all right? Don't get influenced by me writing in pencil here and write in pencil. You guys need to write in pen. I'm writing in pencil because I want to rub out this thing and use it again at another time. That's why I'm using pencil. That's my justification, but don't ever use pencil. Okay, so let's start from the top again. What did I say? I first asked, what type of triangle is this? It's an isosceles triangle. Why? Because we have two sides that are equal. So if the two sides are equal, I have y here, the angle. Then immediately I can say angle C is equal to y. Why do we say angle C is also equal to y? Remember, for an isosceles triangle, these two sides are equal, which means the angles that are opposite the sides that are equal will also be what? Equal. So that's why I say angle C is actually equal to what? To y. So angle C in terms of y is actually equal to y. What's the reason? I say my angles, these two angles, are opposite sides that are what? That are equal. That is the acceptable reason for when I have an isosceles triangles. Angles, opposite, equal sides. I repeat, angles, opposite, equal sides. I repeat, angles, opposite, equal sides. Then you take your y that you've just got, which is C. You add this y. Thank you so much for the donuts. I really appreciate you. You take this y that is C. You add this y that is B. And you add this 50. Now you can do that. You can add the three angles together. You can do that. Okay? And you say it's equal to 180. Reason? Please, your reason must be there. Sum of angles in a triangle. Then you add the variables. On the left, you take your numbers that are angles to the right. Y plus y is equal to 2y. Take the 50 over to the other side. You subtract 180, 50 from 180. 180, the 50 which is positive changes to negative when you transpose it to the right hand side. 50, take it over to the right, becomes negative. Positive, it was like that on the left, but when you take it over to the right, it becomes negative. What's 180 minus 50? 1/3. Then you have a 2 that is multiplied to y. How do you get rid of the 2 that is multiplied to y? You divide both sides by 2, which is the coefficient of y. When you do that, what's 2 divided by 2? The 2 disappears, you're left with y. What's 130 divided by 2? That is equal to 65 degrees. Thank you so much, account not found. Really appreciate the rules. So the y is 65 degrees. Okay? So that is how you get the value of y. Okay? Right. Now, I want to turn my attention back to the other paper. Turn our attention back to the other paper. Still dealing with triangle type questions. Thank you, account not found. Really appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate those who are really following through, been following through from the beginning. You are very much appreciated. Thank you. Lavey is saying, I'm confused. I don't know why you would be confused. Okay, Lavey, I don't know. All right. This is grade 8. Okay. Thank you so much again. In the sketch below, let's look at this question. In the sketch below, PQ is parallel to RT and angle ORS. Angle what? Let's look at it. ORS, meaning this angle. Remember, guys, I said it's always the middle letter. ORS and SSOR. They are what? We are told that those two angles are equal. So this angle we are told is equal to that one. That is something coming from the statement. angle ORS, meaning that angle, middle letter, remember, and angle SOR, meaning middle letter, that angle. They are equal. So these two are equal. Use the information provided in the sketch to determine the values of A and B. Where's A? There is A. Where's B? There is B. In the following what? Sketch. Now guys, from the statements, okay, bye Onta, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciated your input, your comments, and also your participation. Have a great day. So this angle and that angle, these two, all right, we are told they are equal. So we can just go ahead and say angle ORS is equal to angle SOR, okay, which is equal to what? To A. That is what? That is given. We are told that that is the case. We are told, okay, we are told it is given to us. All right, guys, if you had decided to write it like this, ORS with the cap on top, that's also fine. Okay, is equal to angle SOR, that's also fine. Is equal to A, and then you write your reason given, that's also fine. Okay, you don't necessarily have to subscribe to this way that they have given the angle, but we know that it's always the middle letter that they are talking about. So I can update my diagram. Now hopefully you guys can see what I see. We want the value of what? Of A. Teddies. There's something that you see, and I am happy you see it, but there's something I want to correct. Teddy's is saying, oh, the exterior triangle where we say A plus B is equal to 86. Teddy's, is it A plus B that is equal to 86? Is it A plus B that is equal to 86? Or is it this angle? Thank you. In the comment section, Teddy's, you fixed it. Thank you so much for fixing it. Okay, Teddy, I love someone that is able to self-correct. Okay, Teddy has just fixed his own comment there, or her own comment, his or her, right? So this angle plus that angle, we say it's equal to 86 degrees. Why? We're gonna say A plus A is equal to 86 degrees. What is the reason? Exterior angle of a triangle. Exterior angle, triangle. A plus A gives us 86 degrees. Guys, there is this that we need to know when it comes to a triangle. There is this that we need to know when it comes to a triangle. If we have triangle ABC, and let's say we have an angle outside the triangle, but please take note, this angle outside the triangle must be in line with the side of the triangle. So we say angle A, which is this angle, and that angle together are equal to angle C1. The sum of the two interior opposite angle is equal to the exterior angle. Okay, that's what we mean by the exterior angle of the triangle. So when we know this theorem, it makes life easy because solving for A becomes very straightforward. Okay, I hope we are together here. So that is why I can say this angle plus that angle is equal to the exterior angle. As long as this angle is formed external or outside the triangle, but the angle formed must be in line with the side. It must be straight in line with the side of the triangle. Because guys, by exterior, we can never mean this. Okay? we can't say here that angle C1 is equal to angle A plus angle B. Why? Because this extension is not in line, in the same straight line as the side of the triangle. So it can't be this. It's never this. But it is always the angle formed outside which is in line with the side of the triangle. So you must always verify and check if it's in line with the side of the triangle. So if you look at this angle, 86 degrees, it is a true exterior, okay? Because it is in line with side RS. ST is in the same straight line as RS, okay? So that's why we can say that angle plus that is equal to 86 degrees, reason exterior angle of the triangle. Then we can solve for A here, okay? 2A is equal to 86 degrees. Then from there we can get A. Divide both sides by what? By the coefficient, which is 2. Then we get A, which is equal to what? 43 degrees. That is A. So I can update now my little diagram and write 43 degrees. Make sense? Now all I need now is B. My updated values are in check. Okay, I can see Teddy is what you are saying there in the comment section. All right, anyone else? Girl in town, I see you as well. Okay, Z buddy, I see you as well. So A is 43. What about B? What relationship does B have with anyone? Ndokozo, Maben, I see you there as well. Okay. Okay. Now I need to understand something. Okay. I see unknown Han Boshle saying that 86 minus 43 is equal to B. I need to understand, why do you say that? If you're saying 86 minus 43 is equal to B, why? On what basis? Because remember, everything we say and do in geometry needs to have a reason. You can't just say something without a reason. Okay, so I see most of you saying alternative, but yeah, to say 86 minus 43, okay, is a bit, yeah, you need to tell me what and what, then you can lead me to the answer. Cheese boy, B plus A might be angles on a vertical. B plus A is not that. Let's be very careful. Let's make sure we understand the diagrams for what they are. So I see alternative angles. I hear people saying alternative angles. Look at this angle and look at that one. These are parallel lines. We are told that PQ is parallel to RT. The Z shape. Z shape. Z. So this angle will be equal to that one. So that means we already know. You see, I updated my angles. And when I updated them, it makes life very easy for me to be able to then write down the answer for the next. So that's why it's important, guys. You get something correctly gotten, you make sure you update your diagram. You get another thing correctly gotten, you update your diagram. So that when you move on to the next question, you can look at an updated diagram, and that can possibly help you with the next and the next answer. Make sense? So the value, guys, of what? Of B. B is equal to 43 degrees. And the reason is very straightforward. We say alt angles. But what did I repeatedly say to you guys whenever you use fun as your reason? Whether it's alternate, corresponding, co-interior. How do you find... what do you need to ensure that you write in your reason? Thank you. We write PQ. Please, guys, don't forget. PQ is parallel to what? To RT. Do not forget your parallel lines. Okay, because to start off so nicely and then to butcher it because you omit parallel lines, that's where it goes all south. Okay. Yeah. Sunny, you said you have another way of finding A. You said you have another way of finding A. I don't mind. What is the other way of finding A? I'm happy to entertain other ways because, yes, guys, as long as we logically develop our argument, okay, there are many ways to getting answers in geometry, as long as when I follow your steps, I can see the logic. You see, like for instance, angle ORS, as I said, ORS is equal to SOR. That was something I was told in the statement. That's why I write it's equal to A. Both of them are equal to A. Why? It is given. Then I go to my diagram. Since that was A, I update there the A so that it is there in the diagram. I can see it. Then from there, A plus this A, as I said to you, this A and this A are the summation of this exterior angle. Why? Because the exterior angle is equal to the sum of the two interior opposite angles. Guys, it's always this angle and that angle is equal to that one. It can't be this angle and that one equal to that one. No. It can't be the sum of this. It's not the sum of these two. It's the sum of these two. Please take note of the two angles. You move from there, you meet outside is the angle, the summation of the angles that those two are equal to. Make sense? So you say A plus A is equal to 86. Your reason is there. No one can doubt. You add, you do your algebra correctly. A plus A is 2A. This is 86. Divide both sides by the coefficient of A. You get A is 43. Update 43, 43. Now you want B. You want this B. Then you ask yourself, B, what is it? Hey, key alternate angles I can see there. Maybe someone else could have said, sir, I see these alternate angles, these ones. I see this 86. I see that is 43, but that one is missing. So someone else could say B plus A is equal to 86. Then they say the reason. Alternate angles. PQ is parallel to RT. And then they solve for B. B plus this 43 degrees is equal to 86. What's the reason? Alt angles. PQ is parallel to RT. Then they solve for B. They will still get 43 degrees, which is the answer that you had gotten simply by saying these alternate angles. There's alternate angles here. There's alternate angles here. You see? And you can get the value of B either way, right? Maybe someone else could have used another way, as long as that way is what? Is correct. Maybe someone else could have used angles in a straight line, gotten this angle, angle OSR, and then after that used co-interior angles. And this angle plus that angle they would have got equal to 180. They write the reason, co-interior angles, they state the lines that are parallel, they solve for B. Doesn't matter, okay? But me, having used this way, I feel like this is the most quick, efficient way so that I don't spend too much time in the 7 marks, you know. Yeah, does that make sense? Okay, I see, Sunny Boy, which is cool. I don't want to spend too much time in the question. I want to quick finish this question, get done, and move on to other questions so that I can have more time for other questions. Okay, hope that makes sense. Okay, just wait. I just want to check in conjunction. Alright. Remember, I've been switching between papers here. Look at this question. Right? This is in the... Yeah. So here, what are we going to do, guys? 4 marks. Triangle DEF shown below. Angle E is 90. DF is square root of 8 centimeters. EF is square root of 5 centimeters. Determine the length of DE. Thank you so much, Sunny. You're so generous. I really appreciate you. Yeah, just understand. So this is the thing, Sunny. With every gift that you've given me, I pray that you have more grace to just excel in your mathematics when you write it, right? Yeah, no silly mistakes, like absolute perfection, just excellence at its best, like accuracy, leaving out no answer, leaving out no step, making sure that you get the marks that you finally feel like you deserve. Right, that's the same with account not found. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate the generosity here. Okay, so determine the length of DE. We want DE. We have a right angle triangle. So what theorem comes to mind? There's a guy, very good, Teddy's. This guy comes to mind. Mr. Pythagoras. Mr. Pythy. Okay. Mr. Pythy. We are told to leave our answer in set form. Guys, you see what you see here? This is what set form is. Square root of 8. You leave your answer as a irrational number. Okay? An irrational number. A number under the square root that is not a perfect square. This is an irrational number and we call this a surd. This is what surd form means. Not sad. Surd. Okay, square root of 5 is also in surd form, guys. That's what we call surd. There's a there. Okay, leave your answer in surd form. So that means we must not round off. We must not leave in decimal places. We must leave with the answer having the square root in there. So DF is currently in surd form and EF is in surd form. That's what they mean. They want us to determine the length of DE. What does Pythagoras say? Pythagoras says the square of the what? Of the hypotenuse. What is the hypotenuse? The hypotenuse is the side that is opposite 90 degrees. So the side opposite 90 degrees we call the hypotenuse. It is the longest side of the triangle. So Pythagoras says the square of that side, which is opposite 90, is equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides. DE is the one side, EF is the other side. You have to square the other two sides. And guys, whenever you use this theorem, please write the reason Pythagoras next to it. Please write the what? The reason next to it, please. Okay, please. In grade 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you must write the reason Pythagoras. Write the statement originally, the square of the hypotenuse side. What is the hypotenuse? Thank you, account not found. Blessings to you. The hypotenuse side is the side opposite the 90-degree angle. So we say that the square of the hypotenuse side is equal to the sum. Sum means plus. Of the square. Square means you square that particular side, the other side DE, and EF. You square them. Then please write Pythagoras. So we are going to do that there. DF squared. You always start with the hypotenuse side. You square it. Is equal to DE squared plus EF squared. Then you write your reason. Pythagoras. DF. We substitute now. Square root of 8, we square it. DE squared. That's what we want. We want DE. EF, we substitute EF. It is the square root of 5. Square root of 8, we square it. The square and the square root, they cancel each other. The square of the square root of 8 is 8. This D is squared, it stays there for now. The square root and the square, they also cancel each other. We want to isolate DE. DE must be alone. So what happens to 5? 5 crosses over. When he crosses over, what happens? He becomes negative. Who? 5 crosses over. He was positive. He leaves. He becomes negative. You know? Yeah. He leaves. He becomes negative. Then 8 minus 5. It is what? It is 3. So DE squared is now isolated. So now I can say, therefore, guys, at the end of the day, this is DE squared. This is 3, all right? Whether DE squared is left or right, DE squared is positive, 3 is positive, okay? So it's like I have my pencil like this, and all of a sudden, all I did is I turned it over like that, okay? So this is like 3 was this side, né? DE was this side. You see, that's where DE is. Now all I do is I've done this, right? So this is DE squared. This is 3. It's still the same thing, right? Now, I want the value of DE, not DE squared. So I'm going to do what? I'm going to take the what? The square root, both sides, so that I can get rid of the square. So I take the square root so that I can get DE, okay? So DE now is equal to the square root of 3. Now, I usually say to my learners, whenever in an equation you are taking the square root, the normal thing to note is to say this is positive or negative, the square root of 3. This becomes important for learners that are doing paper 2 in grade 11 when they are dealing with the Cartesian plane, or in grade 10 when they are dealing with the Cartesian plane. So I always tell them, even in grade 8 and 9, that please, guys, write plus minus when you take the square root of a number in the equation. When you take the square root in an equation, please put plus minus. But we know that the length of a side, thank you, Tsehofat, thank you so much. Blessings to you as you write and as you prepare. May your mind be sharp and may the maths be absorbed. The square root of 3, guys, we take the positive answer. We leave the negative answer. Okay, we take the positive because the length is going to be positive. Then we say square root of 3 what? Units. Remember, what did they say? Not units, sorry, centimeters. Why am I saying units? Because they said it's in centimeters. We write, they said, leave your answer in surd form. So we leave our answer in what? Surd form. We put plus minus, guys. Why do we put plus minus? Because if we were working in another situation, okay, if we're working in another situation, remember, guys, that negative 3, all right, squared and positive 3 squared lead to the same thing, right? Negative 3, the whole thing squared, is 9, and positive 3, the whole thing squared, is also 9. So the answer can either be positive or negative. But because we are dealing with a length, we say the answer is the square root of 3. We leave it, guys. We leave it, guys, as the what? As the positive answer, because a side length can never be negative. A side length can't be negative. That's why we don't take the negative answer, but we take the positive answer. So it's the square root of 3. The reason why I'm enforcing this, or I emphasize this in grade 8 and 9, is because when you get to grade 10 and grade 11 and you do pure maths, right? The pure maths there are aspects where you solve using Pythagoras, where you have to indicate positive and negative, and you choose between positive and negative, all right? You choose a sign between positive and negative when you are dealing with this in other topics. So I reveal this thing for grade 8s and 9s, that DE, in all authenticity and truth, can either be a positive or negative number, but we know a length can never be what? Can never be negative. So that's why we choose, we take Mr. Positive, we leave Mr. Negative, and we say DE is equal to the square root of what? Of 3 centimeters. Guys, that's it. Look at this question. It is repeated in KZN. You see, it was done here, it was asked here as question 4.4. Look at this question, babe. Repeated. Hi. guys, I don't know what else, you'd want to, Jordan, this is not paper one. I will not do factorization. You are just going to have to tune in another live, and this is not grade. I'm not doing grade 9. I'm doing this for grade 8, and I'm doing paper 2. Okay, so because paper 2, some grade 8s are writing paper 2 next week. So I'll do a grade 9 tomorrow morning. I'll do grade 9 tomorrow morning, and it will be starting, the live tomorrow morning will start at 5 a.m. I'll do a live session for grade 9s tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Grade 9s 5 a.m. grade 9s 5 a.m. paper 1. I'll do all that factorization and stuff. You grade 10, well, if you're grade 10, then yeah, we'll see. Okay, so there, look at this one. Consider the quadrilateral ABCD below. Calculate the length of B. This was in the KZN paper. Look at the Eastern Cape paper. Look at it, guys. Look at this. This is November 2024. Look at this question. It's asked here. It's 5 marks. In KZN, it was asked. It's 8 marks. Same question. Is it any different? No, guys. Look. Same. No wonder you guys keep on saying. You see, this was in 2024. Right, but this was in the Eastern Cape. Then in 2023 KZN, they took that same question, they put it in there. So when you guys come to my page and you are seeing questions, you're like, we wrote the same paper. You are saying it because they like recycling questions, guys. It's not that I am posting the same paper. No, I don't have access to papers. And even if I did, I would never post a paper that is going to be written, because the whole point of being a learner is not so that you are a learner to cheat. No. You are a learner so that you can learn. And through exams, you can test yourself as to how much do you know in an exam setting and how much can you apply of the knowledge that you've learned. So there's no ways. Okay, let's come here. They want us to calculate the length of B. Grade 8s. They want us to calculate the length of B. So if you look at this, they say consider the quadrilateral ABCD. This quadrilateral has 2 right-angled triangles. So once again, in our heads, right-angled triangle, we're like Pythagoras. We want B. And if we wanted to use this triangle, guys, we wouldn't be able to use this triangle because it is got this length. We don't have DB, we don't have BC, we don't have enough information to use this triangle for Pythagoras. So that means we need to turn our attention to the other triangle ADB. What do we have? We have 2 side lengths. That is the condition that we need in order to use Pythagoras. For Pythagoras to work, we need to have 2 side lengths, all right, and then find the missing side length. Does that make sense? So we are going to have to use Pythagoras and get A. Once we have A, then we can move our attention over to triangle DBC and use A with DC and find this side length. But in order to do that, we need to first go to triangle 1, which does have enough information for us to solve. Okay, they said calculate the length of B, all right, and that's what's important here. So let us go. Let's first go. And I love it when learners do this. They point your attention as you are marking. They point your attention to the triangle and they say, in triangle ADB. I love it when learners do this. Then you are saying to me, sir, as you mark, please go and look at triangle ADB and watch what I do. You are saying that to me as someone who is marking your script. So in triangle ADB, we are going to the triangle that has the most information to the triangle that has the least information. The triangle that has the most is this one, right? So there we can look, what is this side again? This is called the hypotenuse. So Pythagoras says the square of the hypotenuse. So we can say a squared. We can say that because, or we can say db squared. It's really up to you how you want to do it, but like I'll just directly go to it. A squared, the square of the hypotenuse, is equal to what? The sum of the square of the other two sides. So in other words, 5 squared plus 12 squared. I'm wasting no time going directly to my substitution and Pythagoras. A squared is equal to 5 squared plus 12 squared. Okay? Hope that makes sense. A squared is equal to 5 squared plus 12 squared. Then this one, I can straight up get A. So we have 25 plus 144. 5 squared is 25, 12 squared is 144. We get an answer of 169. So that means A squared is equal to 169. But remember, we don't want A squared. We want what? We want A. So we take the square root to get rid of the square, right? And yes, guys, to put plus minus, okay, is true, but we know that we only want the positive answer. So we're going to get A is equal to what? 13 centimeters. We update the information we have on our diagram. Okay, A is 13. Then we turn our attention over to the other triangle. Okay, in triangle DBC. Triangle what? DBC. Triangle DBC. So in triangle DBC specifically, we have what? B squared is equal to, because remember now we look at the triangle 90 degrees, the side opposite 90 degrees is here, it's B. So we know that we always start when we are writing Pythagoras with the square of the hypotenuse side. So we're going to say B squared is equal to 84 squared plus 13 squared. We write our reasoning. Pythagoras. No. I have family here, so you'll have to bear with that. Alright. Okay, then here, what do we have, guys? 84 squared plus 13 squared. If you do the math, remember 13 squared was here, guys. This was 13. Okay, where did we get the 13? Those who are asking, db. Okay, remember db squared, we said this a squared was equal to 5 squared plus what? 12 squared. We got a, which was db. This side is 13 centimeters. Okay, then now that we have this, we updated it. That's 13, that's 84. So now we're going to use Pythagoras to find this side. Okay, for those who are asking how we got that. Okay, so 84 squared, what's that? Plus 13 squared, what's that? Are we saying that the answer is 7,225 all in all? Okay, then we take the square root both sides of 7,225. What do we get? What is the value of B? Okay, Patricia is saying it's 85 centimeters. Okay, and there we have it. That is the value of B. Okay, that is the value of B. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Hope that makes perfect sense. All right, let me wrap it up with this. Look at this diagram. Okay, do you see this diagram? This one's from the KZN paper. All right, but look at this diagram from the EC paper. Okay, makes sense. I don't know if this is not recycling at its best. I don't know what it is. Okay, so if you come here, the diagram consists of two congruent. Now there's a concept there for you, grade 8s. Congruent triangles. The question say complete triangle BCD is congruent. This symbol, three horizontal lines mean congruent. Triangle BCD is congruent to who? Let's move in the same direction. BCD is congruent to who? Move in the same direction. BCD, this side moves with which side? BAD. Thank you. Okay. BCD moves with BA. Look at BA. BC and BA, they are the same, right? AD and CD. AD last, CD. And then of course, BD. Angles that are equal. What angles are equal from the diagram? From what you see, guys, what are the angles that are equal from the diagram? Angles that you can see that are explicitly equal. Okay, hopefully I hope you can see angle B1 is equal to angle B2, which is equal to X. No, Ezra, it's not my network, it's yours. My network is perfectly fine. So please put the blame where it belongs. I have good connection of network, so it must be you. Okay, angle B1 is equal to angle B2. Right? Since we are told that the triangles are congruent, B1 is equal to B2. This angle C is equal to this angle A. Okay, so I'm going to say that angle C is equal to angle A, and this D is equal to this D. So angle D1 is equal to angle D2. Okay, yeah. Because remember, when triangles are congruent, what does that mean? It means that the triangles are exactly the same. But please, guys, understand this, that they are exactly the same. Thank you for the rose, guys. Thank you. This angle B with that angle B, meaning, remember, for this triangle BCD, it's B2. Okay? And this angle B2 is actually equal to this angle B1. This is because these triangles are congruent. That's why. Okay, so they are saying here triangle BCD is congruent to what? I've listed triangle BAD. And honestly, right, they are congruent. Okay, that therefore means angle B1 is equal to angle B2, which is equal to X. That's one. This B with this B, which is angle B1 and B2. This C and A, which is angle A and angle C. And then D1 is equal to D2. This angle D1 and that angle D2, they would be equal if the triangles are congruent. Then sides that are equal. Sides that are equal. Okay, you are correct. AB is equal to CB. Okay, they are equal. DB is equal to DB. Remember, DB for this triangle is equal to DB for that triangle. This DB is a common side for both triangles. Okay, DB is common. DB is equal to DB. And then lastly, okay, DB. Remember this triangle AD, triangle BCD. BCD has this side, and triangle BAD. They share a common side, guys. This side BD is for triangle BDA, this triangle, but BD is also for this triangle as well. So this is a common side. It's common to both triangles, and it's of the same length. Okay, this BD is common to both triangles. This BD is common to both triangles. Do you guys see that? This BD, this side BD, is for triangle AED. Okay, this same BD is for triangle BCD. Okay. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, guys, AB is equal to BC. Okay, AB is equal to BC. So these ones are evidently equal because you have the symbols that show that they are equal. But also, we are told, we can see that this side DB, all right, is a side that is the same for triangle BDA and for triangle BDC. This is a common side. It's common for both triangles. So if I was to take this triangle and separate it from that one, you would conclude that this side is equal for both triangles. You would conclude that. So that's why I'm saying DB is equal, DB for this triangle is equal to DB for this triangle. It's a common side, right? In actual fact, whenever we write the reason for saying DB is equal to DB, it's because it's a common side for both these triangles. Okay, so for instance, look at this. First two, BC is equal to BA. It should be the case. BC is equal to BA. It's true. The last two, CD is equal to AD. CD is equal to AD. Then the first and the last, BD should be equal to BD. Which BD? This common side BD, guys, is the side that I'm talking about. Okay, this common side. So that is why I say they are equal. Okay. Now, something we forgot to do here was to write the case for why we're saying triangle BCD is congruent to triangle BAD. Side, angle, side. Why, guys? This side is equal to this side, 1. Okay, come on. This side is equal to that side, 2. That's the second S. And lastly, this angle is equal to that angle. Okay? Yeah. Okay. People are asking, is this going to be in the exam? I have no idea what's going to be in your exam, but this is a concept which you need to know in preparation for your exam. Definitely, congruency is a concept you need to know for your exam. Okay, and then I'm going to finish off now, guys, the last bit of the paper, so that I can actually, because I have things to do now, the time is really not one. No, man. Why is AD equal to CD? We are not saying AD is equal to CD for any particular reason. Remember, they said here the diagram consists of two congruent triangles. We are told it consists. We are told the statement is saying the triangles are congruent. What does that mean if they are saying the triangles are congruent? If they are saying the triangles are congruent, they are basically saying that these are the same triangles. They are the same shape, same size. So they said complete the statement. If they are saying it consists of two congruent triangles, it means that the triangles are congruent already. Now, they said triangle BCD, here we go, BCD is congruent. Then they said triangle, and then they left out what we should write here. So we wrote, if this is BCD, then we move in the same direction for this triangle. Then it's congruent to triangle BAD. That's our first mark. And the case for congruency, like we said, is what? It's side, angle, side. SAS. Now they are saying here, angles that are equal, which one are they? For triangles that are already congruent, which angles would we say are equal? Which angles would we say are equal? It means first, you see, because I moved in the order, that's correct. Okay. Then I would say B is equal to B. I'm sorry, guys. These people that are coming here with recommendations, do this with the pen and all that. Please do your own live sessions and then do that so that people can actually benefit from your live session in that way. All right. And maybe what can happen now is that kids will be able to deviate to your live and watch what you are doing. All right. Please don't come here with recommendations that basically I personally just don't acclimatize to. All right. So please, you know, for the love of goodness, do your own live sessions and do that. I beg you, all right? So that you can make life easy for you and you can have people come and watch you. So like I said, angles that are equal, angle B1 is equal to angle B2, which is equal to X, right? So the triangles are already congruent. Now, all we are doing now is we are saying that angles that are equal, we are identifying from the triangles that are congruent the angles that are equal. Okay, we already know that the triangles are congruent. All we want to do now is identify the angles that are equal. So this B is going to be equal to this B because I've written my triangles in order. So angle B1 must be equal to angle B2. This B is angle B2. This B is angle B1. First is equal to first is equal to X. Second must be equal to second. In other words, angle C is equal to angle A. Angle C is equal to A. Last must be equal to last because we've already been told that the triangles are congruent. Which angle D? Angle D1 of the other triangle is equal to angle D2 of the other. Those are the angles that are equal because we already established that the triangles are what? Are congruent as per what has been told in the statement. Now, what are the sides that are equal? To make life easy, the sides that are equal, we just go back to the diagram. BC first 2 must be equal to first 2. So BC or CB is equal to BA or AB. Last 2, CD is equal to AD. CD is equal to A2. And then first and last is equal to first and last. In other words, DB. BD of the one triangle is equal to BD of the other. Now that BD is that common side that I spoke about. It is the same for both triangles. It's the common side. All right. So that's how we went about answering that question. Okay. And then to conclude this question paper and finally leave this live session, the sketch below shows the dimensions of Stella's garden. Stella has a garden. She needs to fence the garden in order to keep the dogs safe. That is Stella. Yeah. Below shows the dimensions. Here are the dimensions. The horizontal dimension, which is 12,5. You can see the type of quadrilateral this is. It's a garden. Then CD obviously will be the same. BD 5,5. AC is also going to be what? 5,5. She needs to fence the garden in order to keep the dog safe. So needs to make sure that this is fenced. Question 1. What type of quadrilateral is represented here? Yes, it's paper 2, guys. What type of quadrilateral is represented here? What type of quadrilateral? By the way, this is parallel, this is parallel, this is parallel, this is parallel. All right, we are not told anything else. Thank you, guys. This is a parallelogram. Why do we say it's a parallelogram? Because we can see, guys, that both pairs of opposite sides are parallel. A parallelogram has that fundamental characteristic that it has both pairs of opposite sides are parallel. Next question. Calculate the perimeter of the shape above. Calculate the what? The perimeter. It's the money bunny. I see you guys, all of you are answering very beautifully in the comment section. Perimeter means distance around. We have 5,5, we have 12,5. What would that be? Then back to where we started. So obviously perimeter would be 5,5 plus 12,5 plus another 5,5 plus another 12,5. What does that give us? Yeah, so we would definitely do that. 12,5 meters plus 12,5 meters plus 5,5 meters plus another 5,5 meters will be, and then what does that give us, guys? 36. And then we make sure we write the unit 36 meters. We don't omit it. Then last but not least, the fencing only comes, now please read this, in 12-meter rows at 150 per roll. 12,5 meters. When you're calculating the perimeter, you take the distance around. You take the distance around, guys. Distance around. 12,5 plus 5,5 plus 12,5 plus 5,5. So the answer is 36 meters. I just added the four sides, guys. The perimeter of the shape above. You add the four sides because that's perimeter. It's the total distance around a four-sided shape or whatever shape it is. Okay. The fencing only comes in 12-meter rows at 150 per row. How much would she pay to purchase the fencing for the garden? For our last question, the fencing only comes in 12-meter rows. I saw someone there in the comment section say something. Zianda. I wonder, Zianda. Look at what Zianda said there. Because remember, if they say it comes in 12-meter rolls, it means I'm going to have to buy 12-meter rolls. You know, one 12-meter roll will be 150. The second 12-meter roll, you add another 150. But how many meters will I have? if I buy 2 meter rolls, and so forth, and so it goes. So Zianda there has said something very important in the comment section. He says I must take the 36 meter roll and I must divide by 12. Okay. Why am I doing that, Zianda? It's because Zianda is saying that I must do that so that I can discover how many rolls I'm going to have to buy. Okay. So Zianda is saying I am going to have to divide. Okay. I want to find out how many rolls. Obviously, each roll is 12 meters, but I need to find out how many rolls. So Zianda is saying I'm going to take that's funny. Okay. Right. So currently, so I have 36 meters of fencing. Okay, 36 meters in total. Right. So I'm going to take this 36 meters and I'm going to divide by 12 meters because I want to establish the number of rows I want of fencing, the number of rows, so that I can establish how many rows will I need to actually buy. Because remember, this Stella, she needs to fence the garden in order to keep the dogs safe, right? Yeah. So then how many rows does Miss Zianda need? 36 divided by 12, it is 3 rows, right? Yeah. So that means Zianda will be buying 3 rolls, just only 3 rolls. Now the question is, how much would she pay to purchase the fencing for the garden if each 12 meter roll costs 150? Zianda needs 3 rolls, okay, and each cost of a roll is 150. So as you guys have said, and I love what you are saying there in the comment section, we are going to take the number of rolls and we are going to multiply by the cost per roll, so that we can identify the cost, the total cost that Mr. Zianda needs, So the number of rolls is 3. We multiply that by 150, as you have said, and it seems like the total cost that he will be actually, needing is 450 for the rolls that we need, so that Zianda can make sure that he fences off that place very nicely and everything is good and safe. All right, guys, that's it. I think, yeah, thank you so much for those that joined. Hopefully the session was helpful. It reminded you, it revised for you. You just make sure you can practice what needs to be practiced now. Maybe even as I was going through the live and I was going through certain things, you felt like, I feel strong in that section, or I feel weak in that section. I need to work on that one. Please go and work on what you believe you need to work on, so that you can ensure that at the end of the day you can get the marks that you deserve. So grade 8s, thank you so much. It was really, thank you so much. Like I really appreciated those who joined, especially those who were here from the beginning till the end, like who literally came in when I was starting. Can I see those people who came here from like the get-go, just right there, start. You were there at the beginning. You were there at the very beginning when I started. When I opened this page, it was here. I opened this page, you were like here. And then I went through it. You were here. You stayed right through. Are there any people that were, that were here from the inception? But doesn't matter. Hopefully it was helpful. Have a great day, and thank you again. We will see you when we see you, whenever we see you.